Good morning, everyone. Thanks to those who came in early. I caught my early bird. Yes, one of them as usual. It's been a while. We thank God for this day. We'd like to invite Sister Pauline. Please come and lead us in prayer. Let's welcome the Lord into our midst. We cannot take off doing anything without Him. Can we all stand up? Please move into your seats so that the crew can see where you are.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for your love for us. Thank you for the safety you have granted to each and every one of us. Most especially, we thank you for the miracle of sleeping and waking. We hand over this program to you, Lord. We ask you to bless us and bless all those who are going to make it possible for us today. Give us the grace to be able to listen and grasp all that you have for us in stock, so that at the end of the day, we may all have a cause to continue to glorify your holy name. Amen. We make our prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Sister Pauline. Can we all settle down, please? I'd like to see a few smiles. The faces are still straight. Some look like we're still sleeping. That's better, thank you. Without much ado, yes, can we please, the front seats are empty, why? 2 people come forward, please. Yeah. Can 2 of you move forward? You behind, can you come forward, please? Morning. Let's fill the front seats, please. You can see better, you can hear. So today we'll be discussing the foundation of behavior management, simple and effective strategies for caregivers. Our speaker for today, Mrs. Tinola Olaiya Akinlade, is the first Lagos. She's a certified behavior analyst with certification from the International Behavior Analysis Organization and a member of the British Psychology Society with a background in early childhood education and a master's in psychology. She has experience spanning over 2 decades of providing academic support to typical and special needs children in schools and in the home environment. Who better to take us through this lecture? We're really lucky to have people with this kind of experience come in at short notice, at almost nothing, to impact knowledge on us. So when I say please come out early, there are reasons why. You pay nothing for this lecture. You understand? So let's try and cooperate. You see, caregivers are going to academies and paying so much. We're giving it out free here. Okay? Not thanks to me, not thanks to me.
This field, and I will explain what the field is in a moment. But I got into the field as a teacher, so I was a teacher, okay? And of course, when you're a teacher, it's just like you caregivers, whether you know it or not. Being a teacher is like being a caregiver, because you're actually sitting in, parenthesis for the parent. That is, you're in the place of parents as a teacher and as a caregiver, okay? Like you're the primary carer for whoever it is that you're caring for. So I was in that position. But one thing that I knew, I'm sorry, I'm going to be moving around a lot. Okay, but one thing that I knew was that I was teaching a group of children that I knew, not that I was convinced. You know, when you teach, at the end of your teaching, there are parameters to check, you know, to probe. Did the children understand everything I've said? A group of children that no matter how much I taught them, based on the training that I had, they just were not learning. There was nothing I could do about it. And that was a lot of bother for me. So I just simply started, it was a Google search. So I just started to research, what's going on? Why do I have these children that I'm talking and it's going over their head? Or they cannot sit still, I'm chasing after them. Or when I say something today, tomorrow I'll repeat it. In fact, forget about tomorrow. Even today that I said it, I can repeat it 50 times already. And it's not, and their parents slap them very well around. So it's not as if nobody is training them. They're not getting good home training. No. The way we understand home training, they're getting it. But I could see, anyway, long story short. So I literally stumbled on the science of applied behavior analysis that I'm going to be talking to you about today. Literally stumbled on it. So I got trained. It interested me. And so it was just providence, just serendipity. Serendipity when you're on your way to something and some things happen and you just take a detour. And that detour happens to be the detour that you should take, just as this program today. Is a detour. It may be a detour, it may be something that is prearranged. But anyway, so I took the training, and to take that training, so to take that training, you have to have certain academic qualification. So it's not a training that you just take. So to be on the level that I am, which is, right there at the top, because it is a proper profession, okay? There is hierarchy in the profession of behavioral analysis. Okay, we have behavior technicians, the ones who work directly with children, which you are as caregivers. So I'm going to be taking you kind of through the training in a kind of compressed way, and then you have the mid-tier people, okay, who support the behavior technicians. Then you have people like me that you call behavior analysts. So to be a behavior analyst, you have to have a master's degree in a related field, and then you go through the coursework. And also going through the coursework, you have to take professional exams. So just like you have people that are accountants, like you would do a chartered exam. So you have to take a professional exam that is international, of course, because it is one exam. So I'm not just a behavior analyst in Nigeria. If I go to America, I'm a behavior analyst because I took the same exam as those people in America. If I go to the UK, I'm a behavior analyst because I took the same exams, professional exams as those in the UK. So that is how I got into the science, from being a teacher and knowing that I wasn't getting through to a group of students, and then being inquisitive enough or caring enough or attending enough to say, what am I not doing right? That was how I got into the science. And it has simply revolutionized my life really, and of course teaching and my profession, my professional life. So as caregivers, working in the stations that you are, I know that there was a pre-question thing that was sent out. It would be nice for you to attend to that. Miss Emma, the questions, the pre-training questions, it would be good for you to attend to that because that feedback would be very good for me. That feedback from you will be very good for me, even though we'll get there at some point. So you would say, why are we doing neurodevelopmental disorders? Oh, girl. I'm just... Oh, the thing, yes. Sorry, please, one moment. Please just give me, say, about 3 minutes. This will take about 3 minutes, yes? I'm sorry for the break. Thank you for your patience. That took a bit longer than I thought it would. Okay, so just wanted you to go through these questions, you know, kind of like a pre-training thing to probe, you know, to probe for your behaviors before we get into the training. And then, of course, kind of like taking a baseline, actually. So let us go through. So I don't know how you want to do that. Just answer by numbering, isn't it? Yes. Okay, so do I slide down? Okay, so that's oh, pardon me. It's a continuation of the first question. It's just for you to say. It's just giving options. Yes. It just gave options. Okay, is it okay to go down now? All right, thank you. Is it okay to go down now? All right. Is it okay to go down now? All right. No, I want to show you the options. Have you read the question though? Oh, pardon me, sorry. Okay, all right. Okay. So you're not, there are options for this. There are options for your response, yes? So this is a question. Now I'll go down to the options that you have to choose from. Perhaps I should just reduce the size of this. But I'm thinking for the behavior of the people that are far away, yeah? That size is fine. So when do I go down now? Okay, all right. So there are three options for you to choose from. So you just, you know, ideally would have been to tick, but you just write what option it is for you. Whether you felt confident and knew what to do, or I tried my best but wasn't sure if it worked, or I felt overwhelmed and needed support. Yes? Do I go down? Okay. So the next one is imagine a child refuses to tidy up toys. What would you do? Or just imagine that you give a child an instruction to do something and then they refuse to do it. So what would you do? Would you gently explain why it matters and offer to help? I'll take the toys away for the day. Would you take the toys away for the day? Would you ignore it and clean up and just do the tidying up yourself to avoid conflict? And in your case, maybe get somebody else to just do the tidying up. Yes? So I'm going to skip the next question because I know that doesn't quite apply to you because you are not caregivers from the elderly home, isn't it? You are the caregivers from the orphanage today, yes? So the next question will not apply to you, okay? So we're going to skip that, all right? Yes, so we're going to go to this. What's the hardest behavior to manage? What's the hardest behavior to manage right now for you? Is it aggression? Is it refusal to do things? perhaps not to participate, just to carry out instructions? Is it anxiety, withdrawal, or what other behavior that is not stated there is the hardest thing that you're dealing with now as a caregiver? Please, if you're not able to respond, okay, let me know. If you're not able to respond because of the language that is used, let me know, because I can explain further, okay? Do you understand? I can explain further. So if you're not able to respond because of some language that is used, let me know. So this says like, okay, so what will be the most difficult behavior where you just have now wow for this one, this speaking, not just the hey, now wow, I go die for this work, oh. Like, I beg, I get headache tomorrow, I don't they come. What just, what just makes you get to that place right now? That kind of thing. Yes? Okay, so should I go to the next one? All right, okay. So, reflections and strategies. What's one thing you wish people understood about your work? Yes. What is one thing you wish people understood about your work? This work that you're doing that seems like, but ah, that you know. Yeah, so what is the hardest thing you wish people understood about your work? Okay. Okay, so the next thing is, what's a strategy that's worked well for you? What's a strategy that has worked well for you? So is it singing to calm a child, using visual schedules, even though that may be difficult in your situation, especially if you don't even know what visual schedules are? You understand? So what is it that has worked for you? Is it singing? Is it, just joking with the child? Is it smacking their head into shape? Wait, come on. Adjust yourself. Or opening your eyes and shouting, if I catch you. What has worked for you? And you see, it should just be as honest as you can, okay? Thank you. Can I go down? Okay. So this part, let's see how much. So terminology, when you hear positive reinforcement, what comes to mind? When you hear the term, excuse me, positive reinforcement, what comes to your mind? Do you see rewards like praise or stickers for good behavior? Do you see it as something, just plenty grammar? That's what something theoretical means, So is it just a lot of grammar, that you don't use? You are not sure. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go back to reflection and strategies.
Ah, well, reflection and strategies. Okay. Okay. Oh. You people have to do shorthand, though. We have a lot to do today. So you have to do shorthand writing. Well, not shorthand so much so that I cannot understand what you have written, because I'll be going through it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so do I go down now? All right, thank you. Understanding behavioral concepts. So when you hear the term positive reinforcement, what comes to your mind? Is it rewards like praise or stickers for good behavior? Excuse me. Is it just plenty grammar? Which one be this one again? Or, you are not sure. You would need someone to explain or give examples of what it is. You are not sure, you don't know. So something theoretical means like something that you know but you don't use. It's not useful. You know it. I know what positive reinforcement is, but it's just somewhere in the air. Like that, like the radius of a circle, but in your everyday life, how does that translate to the price of rice in the market? You don't use it. Just a theory. Okay, that's what this means. It's not useful. It's just a theory. Okay, so should I go down? Yes. All right, thank you. So how would you describe a trigger? So let me try to explain that. So a trigger is something that sets somebody off. Something that sets somebody off. Okay, something that sets a child off. How would you describe that to a new caregiver? So these are the options. Is this something that upsets a child in your case? Does it mean a rule that must be followed, or you are not entirely clear on this term? You don't know what it is. And let me say something. You know that I kind of explained the word trigger to you. So if it was my explanation that helped you to understand this question, just say I'm not entirely clear, because you see, I kind of had to explain it. Yes? Do you get? Does that make sense? All right. Does it make sense? Okay, thank you. Should I go down? Okay. Can I go down? Thank you. Ignoring the behavior makes it stop. That's a true, okay, the three. So is that true? Is that false? It depends. Sometimes it works. Excuse me. Can I go down? Okay. Antecedent sounds technical. Can you think of an example from your work? Yes. A child hits others when the room is too crowded. Excuse me. The crowded room is the antecedent. So that's kind of an explanation for that word antecedent. Yes, please. Pardon me. Okay, so antecedent sounds technical. Can you think of an example from your work of an antecedent? Then the bracket explains what an antecedent is. That a child hits others when the room is too crowded. So the crowded room is the antecedent. Okay? That's the explanation for that word antecedent. But it is requiring you to give an example of an antecedent from your work. Okay? Is it clear now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes, please. Yes, we can relate it to trigger, absolutely. We can. We can relate it to trigger. Yes. Should I go down? Yes. All right, okay. Because here you're supposed to think, can you think of an example from your work? Okay, let's see what the next okay, think of an example from your work. So that means you need to write out that example from your work. Don't make it too long, just like, you know, make it simple, just like this example. Yes, please. Okay. All right. Is everybody good? Do I go down? All right, thank you. Clarification. Is there a term or concept you've heard but don't fully understand so far from everything that you've seen? Is there a term or concept that we've seen positive, we've seen reinforcement, we've seen positive reinforcement, we've seen the word trigger, we've seen antecedent, and so yes. So that's a yes or no question. Do I go down? Okay, that's a yes or no question. Do I go down? Yeah? Oh, all right. Okay. Okay, what's one thing you hope to take away from this training? So examples, ways to calm situations without raising my voice, how to build trust and quiet children, okay? Build trust with the children. So what is the one thing? What's the one thing you want to take away from the training? That's critical. All right, do I go down? Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready now? All right. Is there anything else you'd like me to know? Yes, that's the last thing. Is there anything else you'd like me to know? This information on neurodevelopmental disorders is on Google, sir. You don't need to take pictures of the slides. You just need to want to find out. You understand? Yes? Okay, but there's a reason why I wanted us to do this first, to talk about neurodevelopmental disorders. Because whether you like it or not, if you have 5 children, okay, out of the 5 children, now, because we're testing in schools, because we go to schools and we're testing children, we're finding out that the prevalence is quite high, okay? Prevalence is quite high for neurodevelopmental disorders. So if you have 10 children in a place, trust me, for her dealing with something that we're about to look at. So it is very critical that you have an overview of the population of children that you're working with, which was why I thought it was important to go through this first before we go into the science of how to, the science that encapsulates the teaching methodologies, getting instructions or for getting teaching or whatever it is you want to get across to children, whether they're neurotypical. Look at it 1 second and they see a pattern and they begin to put things together. That is, look at it 1 second and they see a pattern and they begin to put things together. That is it, you know. Children that read and nobody has taught them to read. You didn't teach them, they just see the word and they say it. Their brain is like that. Okay, so know that, so we have neurotypical, we have neurodivergent. So these are some of the, you know, so I just wanted to take you through this, okay? Because I think it's important. So when you talk about neurodevelopmental disorders, there are a group of conditions that when you see onset, it means when they begin. The meaning of onset is when it begins. You see a neurodevelopmental disorder begins in the developmental period, when the child is young. You don't say that an adult has a neurodevelopmental disorder, no. Once you will listen to the person's history and the person does not say, oh, it started when I was a child, the mother cannot say when he was 1, when he was 2, then we cancel. It's not a neurodevelopmental disorder. That's probably a disorder that happened based on some kind of trauma, okay, because that happens as well. So neurodevelopmental disorder is a group with onset in the developmental period, that is in early years, okay? So it typically manifests early in development, often before the child enters grade school, that is before they enter primary school, nursery, you know, it's there, okay? It's characterized by developmental deficits, okay? What do we mean by deficits? I'm going to require some choral responding. What do we mean by deficits? Like what? Yeah, deficit, short, okay, not able to do, okay. So there are deficits that produce, that is, there is a deficit, something that the child is not able to do that gives birth to impairments. Impairments means not, you know, something is wrong with personal, social, academic, and occupational functioning. What is occupational functioning? Everyday functioning, getting or brushing your teeth, you know, just, yeah, getting into a place, like you get into a place and I say, okay, I need to put my cup here, this is where my laptop should be, this is how I should behave, those sort of things, okay? So we have quite a few of those. We have quite a few of those. The first one we're going to talk about is intellectual disability. Intellectual disability, people used to refer to it as mental retardation, but we no longer do that. You will find that quite a number of children have this condition, okay, or this disorder. All right, what we call intellectual disability. It can either be mild, moderate, or severe, okay? It can either be mild, moderate, or severe. And the only way you can arrive at a child, so you cannot look at a child and say, intellectual disability, no. You cannot do that. The intellectual disability, they worry them. They don't teach us. I don't see them. No. You cannot see it. You will need a tool to arrive at saying that a child has intellectual disability. Someone like me will come in and I will use a standardized tool. Standardized, you know what it's like? A psychometric, that is a tool that is used for measuring mental processes, you know, they sell it. I will use that tool. It is that tool. I will take the child through some tests. Then from the results of the test, I will say, okay, based on the results of this test and all the interviews that I've done, this child has intellectual disability. It is mild, it is moderate, so it's not in our intellectual disability. I don't see how, no. Okay, so it results. So usually, okay, breathing problems. You sometimes do not realize that it's pushback. Then you begin to wonder, why is this happening? I mean, they are teaching, he's not learning. What's going on? Yeah. So it results in impairments in adaptive functioning. Yeah, and if it is really severe, the person can, it really affects a lot of areas. Adaptive functioning is what we talked about. Executive functioning, just knowing how to behave in public, where to put your things, take care of yourself. Even those sort of basic things that a child should be able to do become impaired. Now, why am I doing this? Why am I taking you through this? Is this just a theoretical exercise? Why do you need this understanding? Why is it? Okay, so why will this information help you manage? Because see, if you understand a person, okay, then what you do, like for instance, if I go to a place now, and I don't speak their language, and they understand that I don't speak their language, do you see? And if they're talking to me, and if someone comes in and they're talking to me and I don't respond, somebody may think that I'm rude. Look at this rude person. I didn't could see a kidney, But if you know that I don't understand your language, do you see? Perception changes. It changes immediately. So that is why you're getting this information. You're getting this information so that your perception, your point of view of the people you're dealing with changes. And once that changes, your behavior should follow it. Because if you know that I don't understand your language and you still think that I'm rude, then maybe you have a neurodevelopmental disorder. Do you get what I mean? Because the reason why you're doing this is so that, okay, I have some knowledge. So that knowledge should shift behavior. It should shift behavior. It should shift behavior. It should shift your behavior, and it should reduce your stress. Do you understand? Yeah, it will just reduce your stress. Yeah, because okay, this person doesn't understand my language. What I'm saying, you don't understand what's in they talk. It's not that I'm not saying it well, but they don't understand. Yes? Okay. So it produces all of this so we have intellectual disability. Yeah? It affects social communication, social participation. Now, always know that anywhere you see the word social, what does that tell you? Social means thank you. No singular person is social. Social means that there's another human being involved. It is person mediated. You are relating with people. So it affects relationship with people, including, do you see, social responsibility in one or more aspects of daily life, including communication, social participation, academic or occupational functioning. Yes, it affects all of this. Personal independence at home, especially when it is severe. Okay? Especially when it is severe. And then we have what we call global developmental delay. Now, this is when a child fails to meet certain developmental milestones, okay? You see, a child has got to be a particular age before you can actually test for intellectual disability. So if a child is 5, you cannot actually test for intellectual disability. The tools that are used for testing for intellectual disability, you are not able to use on children that are less than 5. Yes? 5, 6, yes, you can apply the tool. So before then, you will simply say that the child has what? Global developmental delay. The child is not meeting their milestones, You take a baseline. How are they dressing themselves? How are they doing? They're not able to do that. Because the child is not old enough for you to use it, for us to use it to check for intellectual disability. Okay, when children are too young to participate in standardized testing. Remember what I said about the intellectual disability, you use a standardized tool to test. All right? So we also have what we call communication disorders. Okay? We have what we call communication disorders. So communication disorders include language disorders, speech sound disorders. So language disorders, we'll talk about. So like I'm speaking now, isn't it? I'm speaking. You are doing what? Exactly. If I'm speaking and you don't understand what I'm saying, and you ought to understand what I'm saying, because I'm speaking a language that you ought to be proficient in, okay, then we'll say that there is a language disorder with your what? With receptive language, with understanding instructions. So you see there's some children like that. You say, you speak an instruction to them, they can repeat it even back to you, you know, and then their expression as well is not where it should be. They're not using language as you should. You don't have the back and forth conversation with them. Even to request for things is difficult, you know, things like that. So you say, well, this child has a language, but even then, even with the language disorder, there's a tool, okay? There's a tool used to test for all of this. There are standardized tools used to test for all of this, to arrive at all of these diagnoses, okay? It's not, we know they just look the pikin and say, okay, language disorder. No. There are tools that are used to test for all of this, okay? So language disorder, even for that one that I said, for the global developmental delay, they are what we call criterion referenced assessment. They are not standardized assessment. They're just a list of things that children should be doing, and you just check the child against it. Is he doing this? Yes, no. Is he doing this? Yes, no. So we have criterion reference assessments and we have standardized assessment. Not that you should bother your head too much about that, yes? But I'm just giving you, you know, kind of like background information so you understand, yes? Okay, so the first three disorders, that is the language disorder, speech sound disorder. So yeah, you find some kids, they have speech sound disorder. They can't produce some speech, or they just, you know, replace some speech sound with others, yes? So the first three disorders are characterized by deficits in development and use of language, of course. Okay? Communication, talking with people. Okay, childhood onset fluency disorder is characterized by, we're going to just go through that very quickly. Repetitive sounds, prolongation of consonants, all of that is just very technical. Like other neurodevelopmental disorders, communication disorders begin early in life. All right? They begin early in life. Okay, and then we come to autism spectrum disorder. You know, the autism spectrum disorder, of course, is characterized by persistent deficits in social communication, social interaction across not just one place. So it's not as if the deficits or the social communication is just in school. It happens at home. It happens in different places. Okay, just it cuts across multiple contexts. Okay, including deficits in social reciprocity. Social reciprocity is a back and forth of things, whether verbal or non-verbal. Somebody looks at you, you look at them. They wave at you, you wave at them, yes? They speak to you, you respond, okay? You are reciprocating. Social gestures, all right? That is deficit in children that are on the spectrum. Social interaction and skills in developing, yeah, maintaining and understanding friendships, yes. Not just friendships, relationships actually, all manner of relationships. So there's deficit in that. So in addition to social communication deficits, and it is also good to know that just like intellectual disability, autism spectrum disorder also is graded as mild, you know, severe, moderate, and severe. So we have levels 1, 2, 3. You know, of course, level 1 needing very minimal support, level 2 needing quite some support, and level 3 needing a lot of support, sometimes throughout their life, okay? In addition to social communication deficits in diagnosis of autism spectrum, it requires a present yes. So with children on the spectrum, you have what we call repetitive behaviors, okay? Repetitive patterns of behaviors, restricted interests, repetitive compulsions. Because with children on the spectrum, sometimes their repetitive behavior is motor, okay? Maybe they will just be flapping their hands or shaking their head or doing something or looking corner of the eye or doing something, yeah, repetitively. Sometimes there's a higher order repetitive behavior that you find in those that are awfully intelligent, and it is compulsion, okay? They want to just do something. You don't break the chain. After I do this, that's the next one. No, that's the next one. No, don't even break that chain. After I do this, I'm doing the next one. Yeah, in my head, that's the next one. Okay? All right, then there's one that we refer to as the attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Okay? Inattention, disorganization, excuse me, so there's inattentiveness. I mean, when a child has that, you can tell, okay? They just go around like a ping pong. Sometimes they may go around like a ping pong. Sometimes they may not go around like a ping pong. They just have trouble just concentrating on things, okay? Giving attention to something for any length of time. So impairing levels of inattention, disorganization, hyperactivity, impulsivity, yes? So inability to stay on task, seemingly not able to listen, losing materials, inconsistent with developmental age or level. Hyperactivity, impulsivity entails overactivity, fidgeting, inability to stay seated, intruding into other people's activities, inability to wait. Yes, that child that you literally have to physically restrain. Okay? Symptoms are excessive for age or developmental level. So it is no longer like, it's because he's a boy. Do you understand? Boys are active. No. Yeah, it's just it's off the charts, the activity. Yes, when they come into a place, they're like a tornado. They just sweep everything around. Yes? So we also have neurodevelopmental motor disorders. These are developmental coordination disorders, okay, stereotypic movement disorders, tic disorders, so deficits in acquisition and execution of coordinated, so the person just has problems with gross motor, like coordinating their movement, okay? So there's clumsiness, there's slowness, there's inaccuracy of performance of motor skills. They're not able to follow, they're not able to imitate a lot of motor skills, yes? And this causes interference with daily living, okay? So, and this shows up in autism, children that are on the spectrum, the stereotypic movement disorders, yes? Because they have repetitive movements, it's almost as if there is no purpose to what they're doing, the body rocking, it interferes with, of course, it interferes with social interaction, it interferes with academics, it interferes with a lot of things. All right, and tic disorders are characterized by presence of motor or vocal tics that are sudden. You know, that's what I talk to, and then there's there's a jerk, and then they continue to talk, there's a jerk, they continue to talk, yes? That it affects communication, okay? And then there's what we call specific learning disorders. Specific learning disorders have to do with deficits. For instance, dyslexia would be a specific learning disorder, okay? When a child has trouble with letters and numbers, yes? That would be an example of a specific learning disorder, dyslexia, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, etc., disorders that have to do with writing, dysgraphia, that have to do with math, dyscalculia, that have to do with words, dyslexia. Yes, those would be specific learning disorders. So they are characterized by persistent impairment, difficulties with learning foundational academic skills in reading, writing, or math. Yes? So the individual's performance is, of course, is affected. So I just wanted to take you through this, so you understand. Because whether you know it, whether you like it or not, you are working with a population of children that have these characteristics. Yes. So you need to have that. So now that you know, okay, you now know, you see, your point of view changes. It's like saying somebody has malaria, the person has fever, they are not feeling well. Then you now say, you must do 100 push-ups. Do you see what I mean? What you're expecting is simply not there. Okay? Not that it cannot be there, but know that baseline, this is my difficulty. This is the challenge that is going on inside my neuro, my brain. This is my challenge. I'm not doing this thing deliberately because I want to frustrate you, like, you will see today. I will show you Pepe. No, that's not it. This is how my neuro is wired. Okay? All right. Now, having said that, we will now go into the science that I talked about earlier on, the science of applied behavior analysis. So, the science of applied behavior analysis, please, I need you, let us listen carefully now, okay? The science of applied behavior analysis is the third part of, so this is just information for you, okay? Because you need to, and why am I saying all this? Because you need to understand. When you understand something, then there is a confidence about how you use it. Do you understand? If I know that, Panadol extra, once I have a headache, Panadol extra, 2 tablets, I'm okay. Do you see? When you see a headache, when you have a headache, there will be a confidence for you to go and buy Panadol extra and use it. Okay? All right? Because you know some things about Panadol extra. Aside from the fact that you know that it cures your headache, you also know that it is medication that has what? Yes, aside from the fact that it has worked, what else do you know about Panadol extra that gives you the confidence to go and buy it? You know that, thank you, it is approved. It has gone through rigorous testing. So you know that if you take it, it's not going to, not that it doesn't have side effects, but it's not going to do any serious, do you understand? Yes, it's an approved medication. It has gone through some kind of testing. So whether you like it or not, that information is in your head. That's why you go to the chemist, you ask for Panadol extra, they give it to you, you drink it. You are confident in your drinking it. So I'm giving you this information for just that same reason. So a lot of the information I'm going to give you is not for you to know. It's not for you to, cram it and say, that's a, no. It's just, to explain to you so that, to build that confidence, to say, okay, this is what this thing is, okay? All right? So there's a science called behavior analysis. How many of you have heard of that science before? You have? Okay. How many of you have heard of behavior analysis before? Okay. What do you know of behavior analysis?
What I knew of it or I learned about it was that behavior analysis is you being able to tell of individualized behavior, in the sense that for the kind of work I do now, if I'm seeing this person, I'll be able to say, okay, this person has this trait of behaving this way because of this and this and this. Maybe the experiences of what this person has been through, but this is what is likely going to be the behavior of this person, and it's written as clearly that this person is expected to behave this way because of some things that this person has experienced. That's a few of what I learned.
Thank you. Nice try. So, behavior analysis is first and foremost a science that is focused on how and why people behave. It is a science. Every body of science is focused on something. Biology is focused on a particular field. Chemistry is focused on a particular field. Psychology is a science. It's focused on a particular field. Every body of science is focused on a particular field. Behavior analysis, its focus is how and why people behave. How and why organisms, let me not even say people, organisms behave. Because animals are included. There's a science, you know, the science is applied on animals as well. So how and why organisms behave. Now, there are 3 parts to that science, okay? Behavior analysis is the top one. There are 3 parts to the science. We have the philosophical part of the science. And like I said, this is just information. You do not necessarily have to write this. So there's a philosophical part of the science. Philosophical part, like the word says, is philosophy. Philosophy has to do with what? Thinking, theorizing, just words saying, oh, this is this theory, propounding theories. So there's the arm of the science where people are propounding theories from the observation of human beings and say, this is why people do this is why people do this. Yeah, okay. Now, there's the experimental part of the science where people take the theory that has been propounded in the philosophical arm of the science and say, okay, let us test these theories. Now, in the arm of that science, they are just testing for the sake of testing. Do you understand? I'm not testing because I want to do anything. I just want to prove. You know, like when people are debating. People are debating just for the sake of debating. At the end of the day, there's nothing you're going to do. I therefore prove that this motion, this person, we are just debating. Okay, it's a mental exercise. All right? So we have the experimental arm that is kind of like a mental exercise. Experiments are, so the theories, remember the theories, they take the theories and they say, let us test this theory. Just for the sake, just for, you know, a mental exercise. Now, there is the third part of the science, which is applied behavior analysis. Now, the word applied in front of behavior analysis means something that is very important. And that is the science I'm going to talk to you about today, the third arm of behavior analysis. Okay? Applied simply means that we are doing what? Thank you, we are using it. We are using it. So all the theories, everything, our own job is to do what? Is to use it. Okay? Is to use it for proper application. All right, so I'm going to talk about a few technical things, you know, but don't bother your head so much about it. I've talked about this, you know, briefly. No, I don't think I have. So let me explain. So the science of behaviorism, which is where you have behavior analysis, okay? Don't bother about this. This is just background. Like, you do understand? Like, knowing that Panadol has gone through NAFDAC. Yes. So the point of behaviorism is that what people do can be understood. It's not a mystery. We can understand why people do what they do. You can understand why the children you're working with, the community you're working with, you can understand why they do what they do. So traditionally, both the layperson and we've tried to think that people do what they do because of what? Because of what they think, because of what they feel, because of what they want, what we calculate, you know. But we don't have to think about behavior that way. We could look upon it as a process that occurs in its own right and has its own causes. Yes? And these causes are usually found where? In the environment. Please put that at the back of your head. The reason, you know, are usually found in the external environment. Okay? I'm going to skip that because I do not think that you're going to be having time to do any of that. It will be too much work to go into data collection with you. Okay? You won't have time to do that. Yes. I don't want to give you anything that will not be useful for you. Okay, so applied behavior analysis is a science devoted to the understanding and improvement of human behavior. It's a science. I need you to understand that part. When you say that something is a science, what does that mean? It means that it has gone through what? When you say that something is a science, yeah, you know that a lot of, it's not just, it's not as people, it's not subjective, it's objective. It's not, I think, no, all right? So it is we're going to be looking very briefly, very quickly, going through why we say it is a science, okay? So applied behavior analysis, or ABA, is a scientific approach for discovering the environmental variables. So when we talk about environmental variables, we're talking about the things, the factors, yes, in the environment, all right, that reliably influence socially significant behaviors. Because another thing that I want to mention here is that this science of ABA only focuses on socially significant behaviors. We do not focus on any other behavior, and that is why we are the applied arm of the science, because the only thing we focus on is socially significant behaviors. Okay, and our job is to develop technology. What that simply means is that strategies. Our job is to develop strategies of behavior change that takes practical advantage of the discoveries that have been made in the science. I've talked about this, yes, so I'm going to skip that slide, but I'm going to have us look at number 3, applied behavior analysis, which focuses on solving problems of social importance using the principles and procedure of behavior analysis. Yes? That's the most important information on that slide. So, this is important because you are going to be doing quite a bit of this if you are going to be working in the field of this science, if you are going to be applying the strategies of this science, okay? So it is a science of study of how we can arrange our environment. You see the way this place is arranged now, okay? If you want to walk from that door to this place, where will you most probably walk through? Where will you most probably walk through? Okay. If I move all of this table, if I merge all these tables and I move it this way, if you want to walk from the back to this front, where would you probably walk through? Bon, very good. So this science is a science of studying how we can arrange our environment so to make it very likely the behaviors we want to be probable and to make unlikely the behaviors that we don't want. That is basically, the science is about arranging the environment to make it more probable that a child will behave as you want them to behave, and making it less probable that they will not. Yes? Okay. It is understanding how the environment works so that you can be smarter. Yes? You can be more organized. You can be more responsible. And you can encounter fewer punishments and more disappointments, less punishments and less disappointments. Right? So the central point of behaviorism is that we can remake our environment to accomplish some of that much more easily than you can remake your inner self. So it is more difficult for you to go into the head of an autistic child and rewire their neuron. It is easier for you to construct the environment so that the way you want them to be behaving is how they will be behaving. That is, it will be more likely that they will behave in that way than not behave in that way. That is basically what the science of behavior analysis is about. Yes? So, And I continue with, you know, a lot of people say, Miss Tino, why do you just do all this wahala? Because I like to give rationale for things. Maybe that's the teacher in me. I like to give you like foundation of why you should. Yes, and that's what we're doing now. So first, the practice of applied behavior is guided by attitudes and methods. So second of all, behavior change procedures are described and implemented in a systematic and technological manner. And it is only those that we think work that we'll stick with, okay? So it is improvement and understanding of, improvement of behavior and understanding of behavior. Applied behavior analysis seeks to make meaningful improvement in important behavior and to produce the analysis of factors, the factors that are making the behavior occur or not. So what makes ABA different? Because you will say, but there are lots of other things out there that people are doing that are changing behavior. So one of the things I say to people is that what makes ABA different is that we focus on objectively defined behaviors of social significance. We intervene to improve behaviors under study, and we are able to demonstrate that it is what we're doing that is changing behavior. And we use scientific inquiry. That is, and it is important to know that the reason why we say this thing is a science is because we use scientific inquiry. All right? We're objective. Okay? We quantify, that is, we take measurements, and we carry out experiments. Okay? Now, the overall goal of any arm of science is to achieve a thorough understanding of what it is focused on. And that is what behavior analysis has done. Behavior analysis as a science has achieved thorough understanding of human behavior. Okay? So science differs from other sources of knowledge because of the way that we acquire behavior. We obtain knowledge in different ways, from contemplation, from common sense, etc., etc., yes? But a scientific field does not do that, does not obtain knowledge from these different ways. So one of the ways that ABA is different is it is a science, it is not anecdotal. It is not anecdotal. All right? It displays these three levels. You see, description, prediction, and control are three levels of scientific understanding. And behavior analysis or applied behavior analysis demonstrates this. That is, we describe behavior, we observe behavior, we describe it, we predict that this is why the behavior is happening. Then we go ahead to prove, we go ahead to show our proof that, you know, this is our hypothesis of this is why behavior is happening, that is really why it's happening. So the descriptive knowledge is just the phase, and you will do this. You will operate in this office of description a lot. Because one of the things that you will first do is to collect facts, you know, and observe events around the behavior. Okay? That is one of the things that you will require to do. All right? Observe facts and gather data. Well, when I say data, just information, okay, of possible relations. And then when you gather this, you'll be able to say, oh, I think this is why this is happening. That is simply what this is about. I think this is why this is happening. Because when you observe things, it's like observing a plant. Okay, biologists will observe a plant and they will say, oh, this is the reason why this plant is drying up. Yes, they will say, oh, okay, so they will make a prediction. I think that this plant is turning yellow because it's not getting enough sunlight. That is a prediction. Yes, so in this science we do that. Oh, I think this child is always screaming because, I think this child finds it difficult to do this because, yes, you will make predictions, okay? And then you will always look at the things that occur with behaviors. Yes? From that observation, you will make a prediction. And then, of course, the control is the ability to predict with a certain, because you prove, you can now say that, oh, this is actually the reason why this child is doing this. Yes, when you get there, you say, oh, you have proven a functional relationship. Yes? Now, not to sound like a broken record, but I usually like to repeat over and over again that ABA is a science. That ABA is a science. Okay? It is a science. It's a science because because of the way it approaches the subject matter of behavior. That is why it's a science, the way it approaches the subject matter of behavior. So when you think about every body of science, there are what we call a set of attitudes. So a person is not, I'm not a scientist because I'm wearing a lab coat. Okay, that's not what makes me a scientist, or because I'm holding a test tube. No, I'm a scientist because of the way I do things. So ABA is a science because of the way that it approaches the matter of behavior, the subject of behavior. Okay? And these are those attitudes of science. Every field of science has these attitudes. There's determinism, and I will talk about determinism. Okay? Because I think that is one thing that is important for you. Determinism. Determinism is the assumption that the universe is lawful, is an orderly place, and in which phenomena occur as a result of other events. Now let me explain that in layman's terms. It simply means that if a frog is running in the daylight, it is either something is chasing it, or it is, I don't know whether it's a frog, I hope I'm right, but there's something, is it a frog? Okay, so something no, they just happen. Now something, they make something happen. That is determinism. So because you now know of determinism, if you're operating in the office of ABA, you cannot say, now so they do, no, nothing happened, it just they do. No. There's something that has happened. You can be honest enough to say, I don't know. But you can never say, he just they shout. No. He just stubborn. No. There's something. Okay, that is determinism. That the universe is lawful, and that when something happens, there's a reason behind it. I think there's a Yoruba proverb like that. I can't remember. There must be there's a reason. There's a reason. Yeah, determinism. That is determinism. So every field of science has got determinism. There's empiricism, that is the observation of that thing that you say is happening. Okay? Then there's experimentation. Okay? Then there is replication, because after you come up with and that is the thing about ABA. That is why we say it is a science. All our strategies are replicable. It's not that, it's only that person that it works for. When I do it, it doesn't work. No. When you hear that, you know that the person is not practicing a science. Because science is not anecdotal. Science is not anecdotal. A field of science is not anecdotal, it is precise. Okay, it is objective. This is a strategy, it is replicable. Replicable means that experiments have gone through, it works, this is the strategy. That strategy works for this person, it works for anybody. Anywhere, anytime, with anybody. Once you are in the office and practicing the science as you should, that is it. Okay? Of course, let me not bore you. There's parsimony so I think I should talk to you about parsimony as well, because it's important. So parsimony means that you should always go with the simplest explanation. If a child comes and they are doing this, you will not say, they have given him arrow. He has received arrow. He has received. The simple explanation is that he hurt himself. Cancel that one first. Before you go to anything more complex. That is parsimony. Okay? Simple explanation first. All right? cancel simple explanations first before you go into a more complex matter, all right? Okay. And logic, simple logical explanation, If a child is not chewing, if a child who used to eat and swallow suddenly is not swallowing, the first thing I would say is, okay, does he have a sore throat? Do we go to the doctor? Is he growing a new tooth? Are we something going on? When we, eliminate that, then we can now go to anything more complex. But we just don't say, it's cancer of the mouth. Exactly, we don't do that. Okay, that's not. So that is parsimony. Okay. Now another thing that I would like for us to look at, and very quickly, what we call the dimensions of ABA. That is how to know that what you're doing, okay, that what you're doing is ABA. We say that ABA is analytic, okay, which is that it is this strategy. Please listen. So you are able to say for sure that it is this strategy that I now started to use that is bringing about the change in behavior. And you have proof for that, yes? So you say, okay, you are being analytic. Okay, now this is also very important for you. ABA is behavioral. So in this science, remember that I said, we do not just talk about any kind of behavior. What type of behaviors did I say this science focuses on? Socially significant behaviors, yes. We do not, and so at this point you will say, we'll talk about those though. So we choose only socially significant behaviors, and we also choose only behaviors that we can observe and measure, okay? We do not look at, so behaviors that you can observe and measure are behaviors that you can see, that you can hear, okay? All right, those are behaviors. So, for instance, hunger. I cannot measure hunger. I can't measure hunger. You can't measure hunger. I can't enter into a child's tummy and begin to I don't have access to that. But whatever the child will do when they're hungry, maybe crying, maybe flinging things, whatever it is, I can see that. I can measure that. I can observe that. Yes, but I can't contact hunger. I cannot contact hunger. Okay? So that's very important to note. So the behavior must be observable, and it must be measurable. No, I wanted us to, because that's a really important aspect of what you will be doing as well. Okay. So the behavior must be measurable. The behavior must, and it must be measured in the natural setting in which it happens, okay? And I'm sure you have examples of those behaviors, some of those behaviors. So an example of one of those behaviors would be what? That you can see, that you can observe and you can measure. Would be what? Would be what? Give me an example of what would be a behavior that you can observe and you can measure. Screaming, yes. You said attitude. You cannot contact that. Aggression would be, what would it look like? Hitting. You can count how many times a child hits. You can count how many times they spit. You can count how many times they pinch. You can count, you can see it. You can observe it. Attitude, it's too subjective. Yes, what does it look like? Because throwing tantrums will be different for everybody. Flinging things, property destruction, tearing paper, flinging things, rolling, yes, flopping, rolling, pull, yes, hair pulling. You can see those, okay? You are observable and measurable. I'm very happy people have all these experiences, yes? So the technological is another dimension of ABA, another feature of it. Okay, so what this simply means is that things that work are explained. They are written out sort of like a recipe, okay? Like I said, I'm just going through this with you, okay? I'm just going through this with you. And then we have that is conceptually systematic. What this simply means is that all of our strategies come from the principles. So, I'm teaching you some, you see, it's important for me to say to you that what you learn today, use it in its purest form. Because when you mix it with your common sense, it stops working. Do you understand? It will not work again. Okay, what that simply means is that if we say that this is what reinforcement is and this is what you do, okay, and then you think that what you should do is open your eye. Come on! Yeah! You stepped out of the science. You said, because if I say to you, okay, so what principle was that? Where did that strategy? Because that thing that you just did of, that's a strategy, Abi. You did it to achieve something. So I will now say to you, so which principle did you get that strategy from? Because that's what conceptually systematic means. Once what you are doing cannot be tied to a principle, you are not practicing the science at that point. You have entered the realm of what we call faulty default technologies. That is, you are just making it up as you go along. You just begin to make it up as you go along. So you have to be careful. Yes, you know, this thing that I'm talking about is what takes people weeks and weeks to learn. You know, I'm just trying my best. But in doing that, I do not want to produce an army of default technologies. And that is why I'm going through this. And that is why I'm kind of giving this caveat. Once you mix it with another thing that is your idea, then you are not operating the science and you will not get it. It will not work. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yes? It's like taking Panadol Extra, then you now take Agbo with it. You use Agbo to drink Panadol Extra. So what is going on in your body? You cannot blame it on Panadol Extra. No, you cannot blame it on Panadol Extra. So the strategies that we use must, and when I talk about the different strategies, you see, I will say, you see, that's the principle. You see, that's the principle. You see, that's the principle. Our strategies come from the principles of the science, and that's why we say we are conceptually systematic. We're conceptually systematic. All right, please, when do we take a break? When do we break out? So I'll know where to stop. 11:30, okay. So I'll know exactly where to stop. Okay. So another feature of ABA is that it is effective. So this is another thing that we tell you. So this is another thing that will guide you to know whether you are doing the right thing. If you do it, you are doing it, and it's not effective. You're not doing the ABA. Do you get what I mean? You're not doing it. No, you're not doing ABA because it is effective. It's not only effective, it is efficient. Okay? It is an effective and efficient system of instruction. Okay? And efficiency means what? What does it mean to be efficient? To do things as quickly as you can. Do you understand? To do things as quickly as you can. Okay? It shouldn't take you 1 year to make a child sit down. Yeah? Then it's not that process is not efficient. Okay? It's not efficient. Effective means that it is doing what it is supposed to do. Okay? It is doing what it is supposed to do Yeah, so you say that you're supposed to stop aggression of a child hitting their head against the wall. So maybe the child is hitting their head against the wall 99 times, and after 6 months, they are now doing it 92 times. No, 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 no. You are not effective. Do you understand? So, but the science is both effective and efficient. Now, another important thing, this is another important thing for you, generality. Another feature of this science is that there is generality. So if you're doing it and you don't see that in the child, then you know, okay, what is going on? It's not quite going well. Okay. So what this means is that whatever you teach the child in this environment, they should be able to do it in another environment. Yes, it shouldn't just be, and whatever a child, so it shouldn't be, I'm a duro dance banke I want you call man borrow anymore. What do you understand? So if it now becomes like that, then there is no generality. You know, there is no generality. Eh? Yes, it should also happen, yes. And if it is not happening in all the environments where it should happen, then we should now ask ourselves, why is that not the case, okay? And then do something about it, okay? So, other features that make ABA tick is the fact that it is accountable. There's frequent measurements. I'm not going to involve you in all the measurements of it because that would be simply too much. Okay, but having said that, I want you to know that it is a highly data-driven field. We take a lot of data. You know, we take a lot of data in the science. We take a lot of data. It's highly data-driven. It is the data that we take that helps us to make our clinical decisions. Yes? I really don't know how this is going to work. Maybe there's got to be some what's that word now? I don't know how we're going to monitor all of this. I haven't put it out. We're going to kind of monitor your progress and keep shaping, because that's another strategy of ABA, shaping behavior. Keep shaping your behavior to the, because, you know, keep shaping your behavior to the target place that we want it to be, for you to be as efficient as. So ABA is also public, meaning that we don't hide anything. Do you understand? You cannot be doing, you cannot say, no, I'm doing it, you know, nobody should come, nobody should see, no, we are open. ABA is open, it is doable, okay? It's not difficult to do. It's not difficult to do. The strategies are quite easy. They are not difficult to do. It is empowering, of course, because when you do something and you succeed, how do you feel? Yes, you feel confident. ABA has empowered me a lot. If I enter a place, anything that is happening, I'll say, don't worry. Just chill. Just give me some time. We'll sort it in a moment. So it has given me that kind of confidence. It has given me that kind of confidence. Yes? It has given me that kind of confidence. So ABA also makes you optimistic. You see, we looked at different neurodevelopmental disorders, Abi, and some of them sounded really, oh God, I don't know it's in this one, I better go. There's nothing we can do. No, but ABA says that, you know, once environmental experts are identified, we can design prevention and intervention programs to improve outcomes. So ABA makes us optimistic. Yes, it makes us optimistic. It makes us say, why not? That child with severe intellectual disability, why not? They are educable. Why not? I can teach them. Why would we assume that this person with developmental disability could not learn the same things that many of us do? Why not try? We can teach them. We just need to know how. Now, having said this, some people will say, okay, so it's only for children with neurodevelopmental disorders. No. It is for behavior, you know, when we look at what behavior means and all of that, you will understand. It is just that it is a teaching methodology that works expertly for children with neurodevelopmental disorders. It teaches them all of those things that they are struggling to learn. It's the strategies, the principles of ABA carries the teaching along. It is a teaching methodology. Things enter into it and you can just transport it to the learner. Yes? So that is it. So we take on the challenge, you know. As a behavior analyst, I take on the challenge of teaching children that people have said are unteachable. That this one cannot learn anything. I will say, bring him. I will teach. What do you want me to teach him? Give him, just tell me. I will teach that thing. Yes, I will teach it. The science gives you that optimism, that confidence to do that. Yes. And we've seen amazing results. One of my kids is in the University of North Carolina, you know, studying engineering. Yes, that was a child that struggled to talk, struggled with, you know, he still has a few struggles, but he's getting along. He's getting along. He's getting along. Yes, so you know, the science tells us that what we have ignored, some of us have ignored both the thesis. So as ABA practitioners, we have ignored the thesis that that all persons are educable. The thesis that some people are ineducable, and instead have experimented with ways to teach previously unteachable people. That is what we've done. We have discounted the thesis that there are people that cannot learn, that you can teach everybody. So think of that most difficult child that you have, that child that is not able to do anything, that is in your care now. Know that you can teach that child, that child is educable, that you can teach that child. Yes, because that is what the science gives you, the skills. And what I like about ABA is that ABA is not about cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. No. It's vulcanize and fix the tire. The tire is down. Oh, yeah. Come and fix it. When I was training, that's what my supervisor would say. Vulcanizer, oh yeah, fix the tire. You know, that is it. That is ABA. It is, and that is why it is applied. It is action. It's not, this theory, that theory, so therefore, look at it. The child is screaming. They are not eating. They are not talking. They are throwing tantrums. They are flinging themselves on the floor. They are pulling out their hair. They are banging their head against the wall. Or that teenager will not listen. Well, before you said to him, no. No. They don't want to do anything. Oppositional defiance. Conduct disorder. You know. So many, etc., etc. So I think at this point we're going to stop. And then when we come back, we'll go into because now we're about to enter into, we've just been looking at, and like I said, everything that I've said is to introduce you to the science, kind of like introducing the science to you that, meet ABA, you know, this is ABA, ABA is a cool dude, this is who ABA, something like that. Yeah, that's what I've tried to do, all right? So after this break, when we come back, we'll look at a few more interesting things, okay? Thank you. You guys you have reinforced my speaker behavior. That's good. You are the one, don't clap for me, clap for yourself, because you are the one that has made me talk the way I have talked. Yeah. Yes, please do write your name, because I'll be having a look at that now. So while you people are drinking and marrying, I'll be here slaving away. people, I'm sorry. You were waiting for me and I was waiting for you. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. Okay, so okay, so that hi, you guys, welcome back. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so peradventure, you know, thank you, thank you, thank you. So peradventure, Auntie Monisola, peradventure, as you are going home, I'm just coining a name. Peradventure, as you are going home now, you just meet one of your friends at the bus stop. You say, how are you? You say, where are you coming from? You say, I went to, you know, they told us I went to training, you know. You say, hey, how was it? Fine. So what was it about? What would you say?
They have to be my mouth. I would actually say that understanding behavior when it comes to the children that I care for, and knowing that when you understand them, you see how they behave from a different perspective, which allows you to be more gracious in your approach, and also to stick to scientific ways.
Scientific ways, they taught you science.
Yes, they actually did. Understanding and also paying attention, so being observant to certain patterns. Applied behavioral analysis, ABA.
You people are doing, you are doing Harvard things. So what is this ABA? What did they even tell you?
In very simple terms, it's simply just having to understand, you know, why people behave the way they behave, and how the environment also sort of influences people's behaviors. You know, like you gave the example of like seating arrangements and things like that. Okay. Oh yes, so they gave the arrangement, you know, like seating arrangement and stuff. And now applying it to the children that I do take care of, how you can influence, you know, their behaviors, you know, through positive reinforcement, you know. Oh, but we talked about.
So you are using residual knowledge to answer my question. You are doing transference there. You are doing transference there. So I hope that one thing that you do say when you talk about ABA is that ABA is a science, because that's what we're trying to get out there. That it's not an anecdotal thing. We're not just making it up as we go along, you know. I hope that whatever you say, you know, you will say they taught us about ABA, that ABA is a science that is able to teach people that the world has hitherto said are not able to be taught, that they cannot learn. You know, those students that used to say, oh, they're idiots, not that doesn't know anything, you know, those kind of children, you know. And believe it or not, because I say to people that if we take data about the people in prison, quite a number of people in prison are children with adults that, you know, have some kind of neurodevelopmental disorder, you know, as children, because it transitions, you know, you don't deal with it, a child that is autistic or a child that has, let's take for instance, a child that has a specific learning disability, okay, maybe dyslexia, they're not able to read, okay? So because they're not able to read, you don't know they're in your class or you're taking care of them. And then you just keep knocking their head, or because they cannot read, you can say, what is even wrong with you? We have been teaching you since. You cannot even know ABC. Maybe the child has intellectual disability. After many slapping, then the child will hate school for one. they will not want to come to school. Or when they come to school, they will be doing the things that will make you drive them away from class. Maybe they will abuse you. You know that some children, you say, walk out of my class. Ah, okay. They will walk out with pride, you know. The child will walk out and go and get engaged in, you know, wrong activity, follow bad groups, and that's how the child will end up in prison very easily. Conduct disorder with, you know, one day while hanging under the tree will taste Indian hemp, open gateway to other drugs. And there it is, you know. So that is why this thing is important. It is important to give these children, every child, even the ones that are typically, and then another angle to your work is because you work in orphanages, the primary thing that everybody wants is to be accepted by their parents, isn't it? To know that your mother and your father love you. So to actually find yourself in an orphanage as a child is to know that you were the first thing that should accept you has rejected you. So that's in itself. And the society, wherever they go, the society is constantly comparing. You know, there are children out there who have mommy and daddy. We're always talking about mommy and daddy. They do not have mommy and daddy to talk about. They don't have mommy and daddy to talk about. Some of them don't have anything to talk about. So that in itself has its own deficit. Do you see what I mean? So these are children that need like extra care, extra understanding from you. But I also know that it's hard work. Because it is easy for you to sit down here and be saying, But when you enter that place and you say, sit down there, and the person will say, the slap comes first before you think. You get what I mean? But when you learn certain things that you're going to learn today, okay, it helps you, your knowledge helps your behavior, and your behavior helps yourself. Behavior helps yourself, okay, as a person, yes? Okay. So because I don't want people going off here thinking, this ABA is only for neurodevelopmental. No, it's not only for neurodevelopmental. ABA is used everywhere. I have colleagues that are working in the corporate world. You know, we have people in HR that are shaping worker behavior. ABA, you don't even know what it's doing. That's your phone that you're carrying, and you can never leave it. That's what they've put in there. They've put it in there. We've put in a schedule of reinforcement. We've programmed the schedule of reinforcement. The people who have developed the app have programmed the schedule of reinforcement for you, so you're not able to drop the phone. There's an addiction. People who cannot do but bets. The betting companies have programmed a schedule of reinforcement so that is just what you do. You just bet. So So the schedules of reinforcement that shape different behaviors, okay? All right? Okay, so ABA is not just for, and please, it's not for making people addicted to, that was just an example. It's just that, you know, it's able to teach, you know, it's able to shape. Remember, it's about understanding, knowing how and why people behave, and shaping people's behavior to do things, to make it more probable that somebody would do something and not do it, okay? All right, so we can use it for a myriad of things. People that are struggling with different things, whether it's smoking addiction, self-management, time, all of those things, we can set up different interventions to help the person overcome those challenges. So why have I said this? So it is not about just neurodevelopmental disorders, even with typically functioning children as well, you know. Yes, you can, it works to teach, yes? So how does it help? What does it teach exactly? You know, remember that I mentioned that ABA focuses on socially significant behaviors. Okay, so these are the socially significant behaviors. So when you talk about socially significant behavior, remember that I told you that once you hear the word social, what does it mean? It means that there's another person involved, okay? So socially significant behaviors are any behavior that will help the child, okay, that will make the child not, that will not isolate the child from their immediate environment, okay, and from the community. So any behavior that is making you keep that child isolated, maybe during playtime, maybe during meal times, maybe when you are going out on excursion or whatever it is that you do, any behavior that is making you isolate the child or keep the child next to you, just stay by me, don't move, you know, because the natural thing is for the child to mix with their peers, isn't it? Exactly. So anything that is stopping the child from doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing, anything we do, any behavior that the child should get so that they're able to do it is a socially significant behavior. So to teach daily routines, a child being able to brush their teeth, being toilet trained, okay, going to the toilet to pee instead of peeing on myself, you know, or pooing on myself. There are even some kids, after pooing, they can even begin to play with the poo. I'm sure you've seen stuff like that, yeah. You know, all of those, you know, teaching behaviors that will not make a child do that. Okay, so those are socially significant behaviors. Of course, communication, language. You see, some people think that language is something that we just do. But for the human race, language is something, as behaviorists, we believe that language is just like any other behavior, okay? It is just the vocal musculature coming under what we call operant conditioning. That is, there are, we'll talk about that, there are things that have happened that is making, just like I'm standing in front of you now and I'm talking. You are the listener, I'm the speaker. But your behavior is reinforcing my behavior, so that is why I'm talking the way I am. And I'm taking the time to explain because you are reinforcing me. So there are conditions that have made the human beings talk and talk the way we do, okay? So even though we have the natural propensity to talk, we do not just necessarily talk because we have that natural propensity. We talk because our environment is built in such a way that our speaking is reinforced, and so we speak more. Think of a typical child. You have a baby, they begin to babble. Once they begin to babble, like my baby now, when she's babbling, I'll be babbling with her, mama, tata. Then one day she will say, mama, hey, mama, you're excited, okay? The child, that is the, you know, that is it. That's how speech, language, that's how it's shaped. It is a social tool. So anything that we do to increase the function of that social tool of communication and appropriate social skills. Somebody enters this place, child enters this place now and they know, oh, something is happening. I should stand there. I shouldn't run up here and go and be pressing that screen, you know. That is not socially, that's a socially inappropriate behavior. Yes, and you see that a lot with some children, even with typically functioning children. They can start to shout, you know, or do whatever. So having the social, so all of these behaviors are things that we can teach with ABA, all right? Repetitive behavior, okay? Those motto repetitive behavior that we talked about, all right? We can reduce repetitive behaviors. We can teach academic skills. I don't know what happens in your orphanages. Are you involved in teaching some level of academic skills? You are, yes. Okay, that's good. Yeah. So teaching academic skills, you can do it with ABA. And I always say to people, these strategies, you just use it with all the children. Because perhaps your children do not have the benefit of being tested. How many of your children have been assessed? Like people have come in to assess whether you even have neurodevelopment, children with neurodevelopment, yeah. Okay, so you just take it for like they are here. So let us just use this strategy so that it captures everybody. Okay? So these are all of the things that we can teach with ABA. So all of these are what we call what? These are examples of socially significant behaviors. These are examples of socially significant behaviors because these are behaviors that will help a child to interact in their immediate environment and in the community. Okay? Community is school, community is church, community is mosque, community is market, you know. and all of these, yes. It's taking its time. I'm sorry, my slide is for some reason not moving. I'm sorry, my slide is for some reason not moving. Yeah, it's not. There's something going on with it. Okay. I have plenty tech people here. They're already telling me what to do. Okay, it's not even closing. All right, let me try something. Okay, that works. Oh, I'm so sorry. I want to take this. Oh, crumbs. Oh, man. Okay, let me take this out. Yes, I believe I do. I don't know why it's frozen all of a sudden. Okay, okay. So it has to do with, probably has to do with the connection, because it's working again. It's working again on its own. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah, it's working. It's fine again on its own. So I don't know what happened right there. Yeah, I did. I unplugged it. I unplugged it because I wanted to sort out the problem. Okay, is it on now? Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so this is just like a continuation of the story of saying, you know, just kind of emphasizing the things that we've talked about, okay? So we're going to go here, all right? So it's important to know that there are two main things that we use ABA for, all right? So the two things, because we've talked about the fact that the focus of ABA is socially significant behavior, it's important to say that there are two things that you can use it for. So it is either used to do what? So it is either used to SEC dreadlock. It is either used to increase socially significant behaviors or decrease, yes. So these are the two main things that we use ABA for. Either to increase to teach socially significant behaviors, okay, to increase appropriate behaviors or to decrease inappropriate behavior. That is it. Everything you're going to do falls into these two categories. So at this point, I'm just going to ask, because I went through your papers and it just had one theme: inappropriate behavior. Inappropriate behavior. That was what everyone was saying. I want to leave this place knowing how to deal with inappropriate behavior. That was what I said. So what are some of the examples of these inappropriate behaviors? That is, behaviors that you want to decrease. Because nobody wants to increase inappropriate behavior, Abby. So what are some of the examples of this? For you, what will you write? What would be some of the things that you would write? And I'm just going to take this table. So maybe 3, 3, 3, 3 like that. So what are some of the inappropriate behaviors that you would like to decrease? Just give me one word, like just name the behavior. Fighting, quarrel, disobedience, pinching, insulting, verbal abuse, shouting, crying, non-compliance, yes, not complying, yes, fighting, yeah, madam, aggression, tantrums, fighting, crying, disproportionate crying. That's okay. Pardon me. Okay, depression. I can't assess that. I can't assess that. I can't assess depression. Okay, but let me. Yeah. Lying, not telling the truth. You don't want to say lying. Okay. Bullying. Okay. Yeah. Inaccurate. What do you mean by inaccuracy? That is not getting things done correctly. All right. Doing things wrongly. When you say do this, the person will do the opposite. Okay. Shouting, yelling. Yes, madam. Bedwetting. Okay. Lying. Cursing. Vile language. Okay. Bullying. Repetitive behavior. Motor behavior. That is it physical? Is it repetitive behavior? Is it motor? Is it a physical behavior? Okay. All right. Aggression. Not staying still. Anxiety, we can't assess. I can't assess that behavior. Withdrawal, what does it look like? We'll get there. Don't worry. We'll get there so that you are picking measurable. Laziness. Okay. Pilfering. Screaming. Not taking responsibility, giving excuse for what I'm doing, yeah. Screaming, okay. Laziness. Avoidance, yeah. How about you? What? Yeah, just sitting down here looking cool and saying, I said pilfering. Yeah, what of you? Withdrawal. What of? Bullying, disrespect. Hey, Sissy, are you part of us here? Okay. Why are you sitting so far away though? You just like to chill by yourself. All right. Sense of entitlement. Look at the way you said it. That child is in trouble. The way you said it. So you see, I'm very happy that all of us, we have a lot of behaviors to decrease. Now let us look at behaviors that we want to increase. What are the behaviors that we want to increase? What do you want to see increase? Okay, so express, to talk more, to be expressive. What? So you want the child, you want to respect, you want the child to love, you want them to love each other. Okay. To be friendly. Well, behaviors you want to increase is the one we are talking about now. We finished decrease now. What do you want to increase? Kindness. Self-esteem. Okay. All right. Appraisal. Okay, yes. To be self-aware. Yeah, behaviors you want to increase. Which behaviors do you want to increase? Willingness to do. Compliance. You want to increase compliance. To accommodate other children. Yes, to communicate. Yeah, effective communication. To tell the truth. Eating properly. Yes, yes. Those are all socially significant behaviors. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. So these are all what we use ABA to teach behaviors, to teach new behaviors and skills. Of course, we replace behaviors for inappropriate behavior, independent living activities, communication, functional and reliable, academic skills, social skills, and to increase the level of what somebody is doing. You know, maybe the child is talking, but for them to talk more or to express themselves more. And this includes generalization, maintenance, you know, across environments, across people, and across stimuli. And when I talk about stimuli, please pay attention. When I talk about stimuli, I'm talking about when you hear stimuli is anything that you can contact with your senses. You can see, you can hear, you can touch, you can taste, you can feel. Yeah, anything like that. So yeah, that's stimuli, just to explain that term. So we get here now, principles of ABA. So, yes, please. All those see, eh? Okay. Okay, all right. Let me let you pick the points. Okay. Okay, pick your points. Okay. All right. So, to understand the principle, we need to have a knowledge about what the B, you know, what behavior is. What is behavior? Now, we are going to pause here for a few, okay? I'm going to take us to, I'm going to take us to another slide. Okay. A moment. I had to close it when I was having trouble with that other slide. That's why I closed it. Okay. One moment, sorry. Okay, so what is behavior? I want us to look at this, okay? Because the explanation on that other slide is not quite as, you know, robust as I would like it. So what exactly is behavior? So I need you to know that behavior is the activity. You see, I put that word activity in red because I want you to stand out. It is activity. Behavior in this science is activity. Activity of living things. Okay, so human behavior is everything. I should have written that everything in capital letter. Is everything people do. Think about that for a minute. Our definition of behavior in this science of applied behavior analysis, that behavior is everything that people do. Just think about anything that you can think about that somebody does, that is activity though, is what? Is behavior. So it includes how they move, what they say, what they think, and what they feel. All of that comes under behavior. All of that comes under behavior. Behavior is everything that a human being does. Everything. Writing, raising up your head to look, list everything that a human being does is behavior. Cutting up an orange is behavior. Thinking about how the orange will taste when you eat it is behavior. listening to me right now, reading, the words, yes, the words, activity, movement is the sum total of what behavior is. Activity, movement. Please hear this. Activity, movement. Activity, movement. That is behavior. Okay? Everything that a human being does. Now, this is a technical term, just like technical term. The behavior of an organism is that portion of the organism's interaction with its environment that is characterized by detectable displacement in space through time of some part of the organism, and that results in a measurable change in at least one aspect of the environment. Let me simply explain that. So, remember I said that behavior is action, okay? Behavior is action. It is something that a person does, okay? It's activity. So if I'm doing this shaking of my hand is activity. You can see it, it's activity. It's activity. And it is a portion of what? Of my body. Do you understand? It's not the whole of my body, you know. It's a portion of my body, all right? So a portion of an organism, and I'm interacting with what? This, my hand shaking, is interacting with what? It's interacting with the physical environment because there's space around the shaking of my hand, okay? And there is displacement of what? Because I'm moving. So I'm moving from one space to another, okay? When I do this my hand is here now. When I do this, it goes there. So I'm moving in space. And the time that my hand is here, and when I do this, are two different times. Yeah, it's not the same time in nanosecond. My hand is here now. By the time I move it, it's a different time. So that is why it is a displacement through space and time. I'm just trying to demonstrate that. And there is a change in the environment. What is the change in the environment? Because now you see my hand on this side. Okay, the environment is different. When my hand goes here, the environment is also different. Because my hand has moved in that physical environment. So the environment is different. So behavior always brings about a change in the environment. There's always a change in the environment, okay? So the first behavior of an organism restricts the subject matter to activity of living things. So you cannot talk about, behavior, how the stock market is behaving is not behavior, okay? Okay? Because remember, it is the activity, all right? It is limited to just the activity and action of living things. It is movement, regardless of scale, hence the phrase displacement in place and time. All right? Okay? So for behavior to happen, two things need to be in place. Two things are important: the person or the organism and the environment. Okay? The organism and the environment. And then, of course, the action. Okay? Now, please pay attention. This means that independent states of an organism, whether real or hypothetical, are not behavioral events. It's not behavior. Remember that one of the features of ABA is that it is behavioral. That is, we only focus on behaviors that we can see and measure. Behaviors that are observable and measurable, okay? So independent states of a human being are not observable and they're not measurable. Okay, so whether real are not behavioral events because there is no interactive process. So being hungry or anxious are not behaviors because you cannot observe them. You cannot see anxiety, you cannot see hunger. You can see the activity that an organism does because of a particular state that they are in, but you cannot contact that state. So we say that those states are mental constructs. We do not focus on mental constructs in this science. It's psychologists. Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm just, you see, it is important that you know this so that you don't use terms like anxiety. Don't concern yourself with those kind of things. You're not in the office. Do you get? That's why I'm pointing this out. Don't concern yourself with state of mind. Concern yourself with what you can, because that is what you can arrange your environment to either allow or disallow. And believe it or not, there were states of being before words came. So it is not, the word hunger did not come before the state of hunger. Okay? Human beings were feeling hungry before we got the word hunger. Okay? Okay, so it is what people do. It is what people do that we pay attention to. Because that is what we can. And when you pay attention to what people do, like I said, if I want everybody to walk in the middle of this thing, it's just like they've arranged the room. They've arranged the room, yeah? If I even want to make it impossible that anybody will even think of going to that place, I can just arrange boxes from here to there. Arrange boxes from here to there. I won't say anything. I won't say walk in the middle. Yeah, oh yeah, go and climb on the boxes. Do you understand? I will arrange the environment so that you cannot climb on the boxes. You will just walk in the middle like this. Now, if I even want to make it that you sit, this place will be full force before you go to the other place. I will not even work on the environment of this seat. Yeah? I'll work on it. I can put something on it that you're not able to take out. Yeah? Until this sits, and when this sits full up, I take them out. I can control that behavior without saying anything. Without saying a word, I can make you behave in a particular way of your sitting in this environment. Without saying anything. Okay? So, that is it. We don't focus on mental. So I will not be thinking of, some people don't like to sit in front. Some people just are anxious. No, I will not be thinking that. I'll just focus on exactly what I want you to do. What I want you to do. And I will arrange my environment so that it is more probable that that is what you are doing than it is not what you are doing. Okay? So, yeah, that is it. So states of mind are not behavior, okay? States of mind are not behavior, okay? So this is just an explanation of it, you know? So someone walking in the rain and they get wet. Getting wet is not an instance of behavior because there's no activity there, okay? So we have what we call a dead man's test. So we do what we call a dead man's test in the science. We say anything a dead man can do is not behavior. If you put a dead man outside, they will get wet. So you being outside and getting wet is not behavior. Because there's no activity, you're not doing anything, there's no activity. And it is important to know that it is only things that are behaviors that we focus on. That is what all of this is about, okay? Being blown away by a strong wind is not behavior. But because a dead man can be blown away by a strong wind. But if you are doing something, maybe shouting, yeah, dead, that's behavior. Okay, that's because it's an activity, all right? It's an activity. So it is only activity, and those are the things that we focus on. Those are the things that we focus on. So behavior is an observable and measurable act of a person. You can see it or hear it, you can count it or time it. So those are the things that you want to focus on. You don't want to be focused on anxiety and depression. You cannot contact those things. You can't contact them. But you can see action. You can see what the child is doing. Yeah, maybe crying. Maybe just suddenly crying, you know. You can see that. All right? Those are things that you can see. So these are examples of, okay, so is it behavior? Which one of these is behavior? Which one is not? Yeah, anxiety is not behavior. Frustrated is what? Frustrated is behavior. Frustrated is behavior. It's not a behavior. It's not a behavior. Frustrated is not a behavior. Please tell me about it. Frustrated is not behavior. So it is the action. Yes, sir. No, 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 no. Behavior is something, don't say it can lead. It's not, do you see? Okay? It's what we can see. Okay? What we can see. That's what I need to draw your attention to that. Leave the mental constructs alone. Leave the mental states alone. Focus on what you can see. What you can see. What you can observe. Yes, what you can measure. Because it is what you can see that you can measure. And it is important so that when you begin to apply a strategy, you will know whether it is working or not. If you're focusing on frustration, how are you going to know when? How do you measure? How do you measure? How do you know? Or happy, but you can see the thing, you can see. So let's focus on that. Okay? Yes, please. Okay, so we can see your crying. Yes, we can see the crying. So we can see the crying. We can measure your crying. We can observe it. Okay. All right. So another thing to let you know is that anything aside from, so we've explained what behavior is, okay? Anything aside from the behavior is the environment, okay? Anything, so when I was, I gave the example of waving my hand. Selfie mama. Activity, yes, behavior. I gave the example of waving my hand. So waving my hand, that's the behavior. Every other thing is the environment. My body, the rest of my body is the environment. The physical environment is the environment. Because in this science, we believe that there is an internal environment and there is an external environment. We believe, we see that, and we manipulate both environments. We manipulate both environments in this science. We manipulate both the internal and the physical environment. Yes, to make somebody behave, do what, yes. We do. So like this AC now is on 16. Imagine that they bring 10 more ACs here and they are 0. Your internal environment is manipulated. Your physiology will change. Yes, your physiology will change because of the change in the environment. You begin to behave differently. So behavior is all about, behavior and environment are intrinsically tied. You cannot separate them. If there is a nightclub and a library side by side, if you come out of the nightclub where you have been shouting, immediately you enter into the library, nobody's going to tell you, don't shout, or you're about to, you can see. Immediately you enter into the library. Your behavior changes immediately. If you come out of that library and enter the nightclub again, your behavior changes. Behaviors and environments are intrinsically, classic example, in this country, we don't like to queue. You go to a supermarket, people are on the queue, somebody will come. They will just go and say, I just want to ask how much this is. I just want to know if they have it. If that same person goes abroad and they get to a store and they want to ask how much this thing is, they will queue up until it is their turn. Because if you don't queue up and you go and you are going to the person, please, how much? The person is not going to answer you. They will not answer you. They will not answer you. They will not respond to you. Okay, so environment and behavior are intrinsically tied, okay? Same person, you move from one environment to the other because of the environment. The environment plays a huge role. So I need you to be aware of that. Know that the environment is playing a key role in the behavior of all the children that you're seeing. And that environment is not just the physical environment, it's also their own internal environment, okay? All right. So we ask in ABA, how can we improve or change the behavior? That's what we ask. That's our question. I have this problem. How do we, what do we do about it? Okay? All right? All of our behavior, I've explained that, is affected by environmental events. In the natural or social world, behavior refers to all kinds of actions. Environment includes all sorts of physical and social events that might change or be changed by one's behavior. All right? We've said that behavior must be observable and measurable. Those are the behaviors that we consider in the science of ABA. Now, so when you're looking at the behavior that a child of concern, okay, the following questions will guide you. Okay, who does the behavior occur with? What does the behavior specifically look like? When does the behavior occur? What time of the day? Because all of this is giving information, okay? Where does the behavior occur? How often and how long does it last for? The frequency, the duration, how intense is the behavior? Because just like this table has dimensions, okay? This table has dimensions. You can measure the area of the surface area. You can take the weight of the table. You can measure the height. You can measure the length, the width, etc. Behavior also has its dimension that we can measure, okay? Behaviors have their own dimension, but I'm not going to bore you a lot with that, the dimension of those, because I know that there's a limit to the kind of data that you can take. Your work is very difficult, so I will just, teach you a few things to do so that you can monitor whether what you're doing is, so we're going to come to this now. This is, I'm going to, pardon me, you said, oh, what? You want me to go to the previous slide? That is this one. This one. The one after. This is the one after. All right. Okay, so we're going to look at this because it's important to know, we've talked about behavior. How do we even acquire this behavior? How do we acquire behavior? Okay, so there are two ways that organisms acquire behavior. One is through hereditary, and the other is through what we call a learning history. That is the learning things that you've learned in your lifetime. There are only two ways that you acquire behavior. The only two ways. One is by genetics. What your genetics has programmed upon you from your parents. What natural selection itself has done in terms of you being a member of the human race. Okay? But those happen in such minuscule, the change is so gradual that nobody is noticing. For example, nobody is noticing right now that there are some human beings that are able to survive in higher altitudes that human beings were not able to survive in like a decade or two ago. There are now people that are living in higher altitudes in different places. So there's been a change in their biology. There's been a change, but that change has been so gradual that as we are passing through life now, as people are being born, there are changes that are happening in our biology, but it's very gradual. No, we're not aware of it. The people now that are able to spend longer time underwater, naturally, they are not wearing any mask. In certain parts of the world, they're able to stay longer underwater. Their physiology has changed. There's adaptation going on. Okay, so as a human race, there's adaptation going on that is naturally passed on to a child that is born. That is aside from genetics. Okay, aside from genetics. Genetics are the traits of mother and father that a child gets, okay, naturally, all right? Then there is the overall thing that is going on in that environment because the person is part of the human race. So a particular texture of hair because of their parents, isn't it? They can have a particular genotype, okay? All right? Because of their parents, okay? So that is playing out. Yes? Yes, skin color. Okay, skin color, you know, all of that is playing out. So those kind of behaviors the behaviors that children, babies are born with. For example, that nobody is teaching them. Nobody teaches a baby the suckling reflex. Yes, nobody teaches a baby that. It's natural. Nobody teaches them to cry. It's not, those behaviors do not come because of their experience. Those are things that human beings have to do to survive. And it's not coming from the genetics of their parents. It's coming because of their membership of the human race. So that is what you call natural selection. It has programmed the human race. It's just we have the natural propensity to communicate. We do. We have for verbal behavior. We are naturally wired. We are born to communicate. That is why babies will pick up communication. They will pick up language. Yes? Okay? They will just pick up language. It will just progress. All right? And that is why we say those that are not picking up the language, you say it's a disorder. Do you see? You say there's something else going on there. It's a disorder. Yes? So we have this natural, and we say that those like blinking is reflex. It's reflex. Seeking warmth. Nobody teaches somebody to seek to be warm. It's normal. Sexual desire. Nobody teaches that. Nobody teaches nobody teaches sexual desire, madam. You know, it's a natural, yes, it's a natural thing. Nobody teaches sexual. People can teach your sexual preferences. It's different from a sexual desire. Okay, sexual preferences can be taught, can be conditioned, can be learned from your personal history of sexual activity. Or your environment. You can begin to have certain sexual preferences, but sexual desire in itself is innate. To want to eat, to want to feed, to eat is innate, but your choice of food. Some people will like rice, you will not like beans, you will not like, that is, do you get? But the fact that you eat food, no, it's natural, yes, it's the law, yeah. If you didn't do all these things, the human race would be extinct. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hold on. We just said it. We just said that. Yeah, we just said no. Don't explain it away. You see, it's not. Don't never explain. Never try to answer somebody's questions without having their context. So even I cannot answer that question now because I don't have context. I'm not in that. I don't know the child. I don't know the variables surrounding that child, so I can't answer your question because it is the variables and the context that will help me explain. All right, what it is that is going on with the child. But if you have a child that is behaving in a way that is not supposed to behave at that particular age, then you say the behavior comes from the environment. Yes, that will be the general thing that we say is from the environment. It's from the environment. But also, children that have neurodevelopmental disorders, I find, have a sexual, they develop sexually very quickly. Is another thing that I find, that I've noticed, you know. They mature sexually very quickly, and they have very strong sex drives. This is what I see. That is a propensity for that. Is what I find for some of them. For some others, it is not there at all. Okay? Okay, so we have two ways. Let's not digress. We're talking about the two ways that we acquire behavior. One is by genetics, and we call it phylogenetic variables, you know, just genetics, the fact that you're a member of the human race just across to you certain behaviors that nobody taught you. You know, nobody taught you to blink. Nobody taught you, you know, it's natural. Okay, so that's one way. Another way that we acquire behavior is through the experiences that we acquire in the course of our lifetime. The experiences that you acquire. Maybe you taste some food, and for some reason, after you taste the food, for some reason, the next time you see that food, you don't like it. Then you now begin to say, I don't like that food. I don't like eating that food. Because something happened after you tasted the food. Maybe your physiology or just something happened in the environment, something. Yeah? And so you say, oh, I don't like that food. I don't like that place. I don't like going to that place. Something has happened there. You know, your history of learning, something has happened that has conditioned that place for you. So we call those ontogenic variables, okay? We call those ontogenic variables. And this is where this science sits. This is the crux of the science of behavior analysis. Okay, this is the crux of behavior, because remember, we cannot mess with what let me not say we can't mess with that, because that can be messed with really and truly, you know. But we can pay it, you know, but what you are born with, your reflexes, okay? What we look at are the ontogenic variables, all right? Your experiences from when you were born, your experiences, the things that are shaping behavior, because that's another way that we acquire behavior, all right? And that is the crux of this science, what we call operant conditioning. So this science sits in the office of operant conditioning. What do we mean by operant? Operant is anything that you do. Any action is an operant. Like I'm walking up and down now, that's an operant. You say, oh, what's my operant? Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'll count how many steps I'm taking and, you know, all of that. So those are operands. You're writing, any action you do, you know. And so when those are conditioned, you say there is, and that's the process of operant conditioning. So we believe that these things are conditioned based on what? Based on their consequences, okay? Based on their consequences. We believe that behaviors are conditioned based on their consequences. Okay, I'm going to go back to this slide. Yes, because I've explained fully the biological and genetic factor in terms of how we acquire behavior, and I've also talked about the environmental factors. Yes, the environmental factors are your experiences, okay? Experiences that you acquire in the course of your lifetime, all right? In the course of your lifetime. If, like the example that I gave, okay? Maybe when you're in Nigeria, when you go to the market, you are used to jump in the car and say, please, excuse me, how much is this one? I just want to ask you. Then the cashier, of course, in Nigeria will say, it's fine, I'll bring it, let me check it for you. They will even take it. Somebody is on the queue, standing in front of them, or they will collect it from the person that has jumped the queue. They will check the price and say, it is 10 naira. The person will continue. Do you have another one? Is this the only one you have? People are on the queue. If you go down there, you will see. Okay? All right? Now, if that same person goes to a place, you know, maybe in Europe, people are on the queue. And the woman is, yeah, there, you come. How much? She will not even do like this. You know, the person will not even look at you. Don't when somebody does not even acknowledge you, whether you are even a fly somewhere, she just continues. By the time you stand there, you will use your two legs like this to go and queue up. When you come to that shop again, what will you generally do with your, how much is this thing? What will you do? Meanwhile, in the first, so you will say that your behavior of jumping the queue has been put under operant conditioning. It has been conditioned by the consequences that it encountered. By the consequences. So this science is a science that sits squarely in the Office of Operant Conditioning. It's all about operant conditioning. We believe that consequences are shaping behavior, just like, see, the consequence you are giving me as a speaker is shaping my behavior throughout this course. I'm not speaking because this is how I speak all the time. You are shaping my speaker behavior from things that you are doing, okay? And I'm reinforcing that it's a dance, it's an and that is what is happening every day. From when you step out of your house, the environment is shaping your. You see, you don't have to agree whether you like it or not. That's what is happening. That's what is happening. So you must be aware of that. That environment shapes behavior, and it is a constant thing. It doesn't stop. It is constantly happening. And your consequences are usually punitive or rewards. It's usually punitive or rewards, or you don't even see anything at all. You say, what is happening? Okay, let me go and do another thing. Do you see? That is what is happening. That's what is constantly happening in our environment, okay? And that is why, in this science, we focus on the environmental factors. We focus on the environmental factors because consequences are environmental factors. Okay? Things that happen before the behavior, all of this, so we focus on that. All right? So once the reason for the behavior is determined, behavioral strategies can be chosen. So we first need to know what is the reason for this behavior. You know, what is the reason for this behavior? So I'm going to go on to the next slide. All right. So, however you think about it, the only thing that I think is missing here is control. However you think about it, people do what they do. If I say, why are you taking pictures of this slide now? Why are you taking pictures of this slide? Okay. So you are taking pictures of the slide to write a report. To assess, and you are writing the report so that okay, so you are taking pictures of the slides, okay? Because when you take pictures of the slides, you can write a report, and when you write a report, you can remember the information and use the information. So you see, you are doing it to assess something, to keep. So these are the reasons why anybody does anything. You're either doing something for attention, and this is, please cancel the child, put human being there. You're either doing something to gain attention, or you're doing something to access preferred items or tangibles or activity, or you are doing something to escape or avoid something, or you're doing something because it just feels good, or you are doing something to exert your control. That's the only missing thing there, control, to exert your control as a person. So this, control, because there's an experiment that was done. You know, people want to choose. People want to feel like they have the choice, that they are making a choice, even though nobody is making, let me not say that. Let us leave it as people do things. People do things because they feel like they're making a choice, yes? So there's the element of control. People will do things because they want to feel like I'm making a choice, okay? Even though things have been arranged in the environment, and those are really the choices that are available. Nobody, creates their own choices. The environment puts the choices there, and you choose from what you have, yes? Okay, all right. So these are the reasons why people, this is, so bringing it now to these children that you are talking about, that child that is screaming, that child that is pulling their hair, that child that is lying, that child that is doing all of those things that you're talking about is one of these reasons. Is one of these. It is one of these. These are the reasons. So, what a behavior looks like for us in this science is not so important. In this science, what a behavior looks like is not important. It's not that it's important in as much as the child is hurting themselves, so that is important. If a child is banging their head because they want my attention, the banging of the head becomes important. The topography of that behavior becomes important to me because there is harm going on. I have to kind of change that topography. But more important for me will be finding out the reason why they are banging their head. Are they banging their head to get attention? Are they banging their head to access preferred items or tangibles or activities? Are they banging their head because they want to avoid or escape something? Are they banging their head because it feels good to bang their head for them? They like it. You know, are they banging their head because they just want to bang their head? Okay? Yes, please. I don't have the variables. Do you understand? I don't have that child's variable. Because if you tell me a child is at a particular age and they're bedwetting, parsimony, I will first excuse medical reasons. Parsimony, I will first, is there a medical reason for this? When I excuse that, I will look at the child's variables. I'll look at all the variables surrounding that bedwetting behavior. I'll look at all the variables surrounding, then I'll say, okay, this is what could be happening in the environment. Okay, let's do this. Then I'll set up an intervention and say, so for things like that, you really do need to have like a behavior analyst come in, observe, look at the variables, then set up an intervention and say, let's do this. But there's got to be what we call an assessment. You know, we call it a functional behavior assessment. Look at a lot of things and look at the behavior and then, you know, okay, this is what we're doing now is very rudimentary, I just need you to understand this so that you will not be carried away by he's lying, he's banging his head, you know, your question will be, why? What is in the environment? What is happening that is making this child, do you get what I mean? Well, that is causing this, that is making the child, you know, attention, what's making a child, because you must what's making the child do that? Okay? Now remember that we talked about, so what is attention? So what will you say, what is attention? What would you say attention is? So when you focus on a child, no, I want to, what do you interpret, what will you interpret as attention for you? No, no, don't be stuck in the terms that we talked about. Like, what does giving you attention look like? No, like if you want me to, what will I do to make you feel like I'm giving you attention? Mm-hmm. Okay, do you feel like, do you know when you get attention? Okay, what happens to make you feel, this person is giving me attention? Yes. What behavior do you see? So what will I do now? Do you think I'm giving you attention now? What am I doing that is making you think? No, like right now, no. I'm looking at you, I'm talking to you. Yes, so attention, I'm talking to you, I'm looking at you. I'm orienting towards you, I'm talking to you. I'm focusing on you. But the focus, you see, that's a mental construct. What can you measure? Focus is, I'm looking at you and I'm talking to you. That's what you're interpreting as focus, okay? I'm looking at you and I'm talking to you. Yes. So I'm giving you attention. Yes. Okay? So I know, what are the different times that you do that? Look at a child and talk to them. What are the different times that you are doing that? When they do something wrong, what do? You spend time to correct them. Yeah, so when you are reprimanding, you are looking at the child and you're talking to them. attention to, know that. Because attention means I'm looking at somebody and I'm talking to them. You see, that's how you interpret attention. We didn't even say it depends on what I'm saying. Do you see? Just the fact that I'm orienting towards you and I'm talking to you, I'm giving attention. All right? Because that in itself, that is attention. Okay? So it's important to know that. It's important to know that. To know what that attention is not just saying nice things, okay? All right? It is orienting towards the person and talking to them. You're giving them attention when you do that. Yes? It's important to know that. Of course, access to preferred items means the things the child likes. Okay, so they're doing it. When they do it, they get that thing that they like. All right, so some children, they're home, they want something, or maybe even around, they want something. Oh, do you know that? I don't want anybody to disturb me now. I know that if I give this person sitting next to me a knock, Auntie Moni is going to say, just leave, just go to your room. Because I want to go to my room. And if I tell her I want to go to my room, she's going to say, come on, sit down there. But if I slap Chinasa just down now, oh, she's going to send me to my room. Chinasa, wow. Auntie Moni, go to your room. Thank you, ma. Yeah. So children, oh my goodness. So children behave, okay? So behaviors, okay, is interesting. Okay. So those are all of the reasons. So avoid tangible activities, okay? Escaping to activities, all right? Maybe in a class, especially for children that have learning disability or specific learning disability. During math class, there are some children immediately, once they share the book like this, if he brings out his math notebook, he has taught everything. They say, come on, leave the class, go and report yourself to the headmaster. Your math notebook. Say, thank you, Jerry. If they are finding science difficult, they will carry the science textbook, Kukuma, and see everything. Because they know that that means they will not do science again. Yes? So, why am I saying all of these things? For you to take your attention away to what a behavior looks like, to why the behavior is probably happening. And even though you are not like professionals and you come in and you can and that is why we are saying that it is a science. Remember, you observe. So it's not as if when it happens once, you say, attention, Neo. Over attention, Neo. No. Or, Madalo, over escape, ni. Oh, the escape, lady. No. No. You must be a science. You must observe. You must take some kind of data that, yesterday, this happened, he did this, I did this, okay, you write it, You must be deliberate like that. If you don't do that, you're not operating in the science. Now, that's why we say it's a science. Remember, we talked about the 3 levels of understanding in every scientific field: observation, description, prediction, control. Yeah? If you are just flinging the terms around, attention, my name. Now, attention, you go see, you don't go get that. No. There must be evidence. You must observe. You must have, and we will go into how you can. So I was going to also say escape and avoidance. Even though they are very similar, there's a difference. Okay, so you should be aware of that as well. So escape means that the activity is already happening. For example, the math teacher is already in class, okay? And then I do something to escape the math class, all right? That's escape. Avoidance means that 10 minutes to the end of English class, I know that the next period is maths. So 2 minutes before English English class finish, I just display. So with and that is why when you see it immediately, you must especially with you people that are primary, you must just do something, okay? Because when it takes a life of its own, it's very difficult. Because the child does not need anybody to do it. All of these other ones, they are people mediated, they're socially mediated. But with the automatic reinforcement, the child is just doing it because they like it. So anytime they can do it, because they do, it gives them pleasure. I can be flapping my hair anytime I like, I can be shaking my head, I can be looking in the corner of my eye, I can be doing anything, I can be rocking, I don't need you to do that, okay? It just feels good for me, so I do it, okay? So when do we break off this time? 1:30, okay. All right, okay. Okay, so you need to think of what we call the 3-term contingency, because it is within the 3-term contingency that what I talked about, operant conditioning, is taking place. Now I'm going to ask, what did I explain is operant conditioning? I know I explained it, even though I didn't quite have a slide for it that said operant conditioning, but I gave examples. Yes, please. No, that's behavior. When I said that this science is sitting in the office of operant condition, I need you to understand that. Behaviors are conditioned based on their consequences. Behaviors that begin to happen over and over again as a result, behaviors that you acquire because of the consequences that follow the behaviors. For example, the woman that goes to the market and will jump the queue. How much do you have when there's a queue? Okay? If the cashier listens to her and goes on, ignores you that you're on the queue for 5 minutes and continues to talk to her, the next time you come into that market, are you even going to be on the queue? You will just say, in this place, people just go to the cashier, do as they please. You just go to the cashier. So what? The woman who the cashier has attended to, the next time she comes, is she going to queue up? No, she will just go straight to the cashier. So you will say that the behavior of skipping the queue and going to the cashier has been operantly conditioned. She has acquired that behavior. So wherever she goes, that's what she will tend to do. If she sees a queue, she's just simply not going to acknowledge the queue. She'll just ignore it. She will just ignore it. Yes? Yes, please. There's nothing like that. Just hold on. Not like negative or positive. Okay, so behaviors, yeah. So it is important for us to be aware of this. So the 3-term contingency is what encapsulates, that is, explains operant conditioning. Okay, explains operant conditioning, the 3-term contingency, because in the 3-term contingency, we have what we call the ABC. Okay, the A stands for the antecedent, the B is behavior, and the C is the consequence. That is a simple equation for operant conditioning. So what secret am I giving you? I'm telling you that with the correct reinforcement schedule, you can shape behavior. You can shape the behavior of the children that are within your care. Okay? You can do that. See, this is the simple equation. This equation, ABC. A is the antecedent, B is the behavior, and C represents the consequence. I'm going to have us stop here because it's like maybe 4 minutes to 1:30. So you guys can have a break, do your lunch, then we'll come back and do the last bit of it, even though I think that we still have a bit more to do. So let us look at this. So antecedent. Antecedent is what happens. So antecedents are the things that happen immediately. So please pay attention. So this is the data or the information that you begin to track. So if you find a child is doing something that is a behavior of concern, okay, A behavior, maybe they are not listening, or they are shouting, or they're doing what? Give me an example. Or they're doing what? Play ball. Play ball where? In the sitting room or where? Okay, playing ball in the sitting room. Playing ball in the sitting room, you will say to yourself, okay, so what are the things that happen, okay, before? What is the behavior? Then what is the consequence? The child is playing ball in the sitting room, what is your consequence? You know, what follows? What is the consequence, yes, of that behavior? And another thing that you must also think about that I think is critical, you know, is, for example, this example that you gave now, you know, playing ball. Playing ball is a socially significant behavior. A socially significant behavior. Okay, so the child is playing ball in the sitting room. So you need to now say, why is the child playing ball in the sitting room? Do you not have an environment where they can play ball? Do you have a space for ball playing? Does the child know this space for ball playing? Are you dealing with a child that does not understand certain, because there's so many things that you should fit into your environment to shape behavior. Are you dealing with, because playing ball is a socially significant behavior. You don't want a child to stop playing ball. So I will say to you, why are your kids playing ball in the sitting room? Do you not have a space for them to play ball? Because you cannot say don't play ball. That your behavior is socially not significant, is not an appropriate behavior. Children should play ball. Okay, at a wrong time. So if a child is playing football, do they know that that is a wrong time? Will be my next question. What do you have in your environment that is shaping the child's ball playing time behavior? Do you have a visual schedule? Do you have a timetable? Have you put things in the environment to show when to do this and when not to do it? That would be my question. What have you, because the environment is shaping behavior. So I need you to think of that. Your environment, whatever behavior you are seeing in the children you're working with, your environment has shaped that behavior. Maybe not your own. Maybe the environment the child is coming from, because maybe the child has been in another orphanage somewhere before they came to you. So know that that environment has shaped, but know that with this contingency, ABC, your consequence can do what? Condition can, okay? You can flip it around. But there must be other things that you do, okay? You don't want to stop a child from playing football, but you want to teach them when to play it, but you also want to be sure that they know. So that's another, does the child know when not to play? And that knowing is not you saying it, it's time to play, it's not time to play, no. You must put something in the environment that is shaping that behavior so that you are not the one saying it. Is it a bell? Bagang, bagang, bagang. It's leisure time, it's play time, you can play football. When football time is over, bagang, 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 everybody go to dining hall. Is there a routine? Is there, what is in the environment that you put there? And that would be what we call a discriminative stimulus, that is telling the child, okay, I can hear this, it's time to do this. Because it is you, it's the environment. It's the environment. Yes, we talked about some internal environments with neurodevelopmental children. We talked about that. But even they can be helped with some strategies like a visual schedule, like introducing discriminative stimulus in the environment, okay? Okay, for children that can read, putting signs, having a visual timetable. This is after this we do this, after this we do this, after this the child that cannot read can see it. There's a visual timetable, yes? So they know. They know exactly what it is that they're supposed to be doing, okay? And then you teach to do those things. You teach, we'll be talking about teaching strategies, but this is a 3-term contingency, Antecedent is what happens before the behavior, then the behavior is the action, then the consequence is what you do. So if you keep track of this, okay, if you keep track of this, after a while you will kind of see a pattern. You will see the things that happen before the child does something, yes? Sometimes a particular behavior can function for 3 different things. A child can be doing something for attention, they can do the same behavior to assess tangible, they can do the same behavior to escape things. But you will see that, after you take this 3-sem contingency data for a while, but it's something that you have to do, because remember that I said you cannot just say, this is what it is, so you cannot say that. Okay? So antecedent events are things in the environment that happen before the behavior occurred. They are called antecedents. Antecedents can be events, it can be people, okay, or things that immediately precede any behavior. So somebody coming into an environment can be the antecedent. The time of day can be an antecedent. All right? The event that you present can be an antecedent for a child to begin to, do something or to behave in a, in an inappropriate way. Yes? There can be more than one antecedent, okay? More than one antecedent occurring at the same time. Transitioning to a new activity, non-preferred activity be presented, environmental temperatures, different things can become antecedent, all right? For behavior to occur. Okay? So let's see. So behavior is the actual behavior itself, the current behavior that the individual is currently displaying. You remember we said that behavior is everything that a person does. That immediately comes after the antecedent. Behaviors come immediately after the antecedent. And then, of course, the consequences, the things in the environment that happen after the behavior has occurred. These are called consequences. Okay? A consequence event is a change in the environment that immediately follows and may control behavior. Yeah, it will control behavior. So consequences can take two forms. Either something is being introduced in the environment or something is being taken away. All right? Excuse me. Either something is being introduced or something is being taken away. A consequence can take two forms, different forms. So at this point, I think we should take a break. Then when we come back, we'll look at then we'll begin to look at some principles and then just talk about a few strategies from there. But most importantly, what we've talked about this time that is key to everything we're saying is the function of behavior. The function of behavior. Do not focus too overly on what a behavior looks like. Pay more attention to why. Try to find out why is the child, because it's only when you know the why, everything, you see, everything just, this child is screaming because they cannot tell me I want a break. They cannot say it to me. They don't know how to say it. Maybe they cannot speak English and I cannot speak their language. Because it could be any situation. Or maybe the child even has a language problem. They're not able to express themselves well. What can I do in that case? What can I do? The child is throwing a tantrum because they want to escape bath time. What is it about bath time that they don't like? You must take the time. Don't say, you must take the time to do this, because know that every child is doing the work to become what? Every child is doing the work to become, yes, every child is doing the work to become an adult. Every adult that you see in a society is a product of a child's learning history. That society has conditioned the child's behavior to produce the adults that they become. Now, as caregivers in an orphanage, you are like the parents of the children. You are the parents of the children. So already there's a deficit starting out. For them, there's a deficit starting out. So a lot of things that they will be doing, I know that this is a hypothesis, okay? And why am I hypothesizing? Why am I saying this? Because of the context that I have. You're working in the orphanage. The children that come to you are children that do not have their parents as their primary caregivers. So I would say for free that most of the behaviors that you are already dealing with is probably for attention. For attention. A child crying out, notice me, make me feel special, let me know that I'm special. Let me know that I'm okay, somebody loves me. Yeah, it's for attention. As you all do. If maybe your wife, the only time that she pay attention to you is when you are not well. Yes. It's when you are not well that she will cook that soup you like. She will say, honey. She will touch your head. She will put your bath water. She will, whoa. 2 times in a month you can be sick. Oh. You say, I'm not feeling well. I don't even know how it's doing me today. You're not feeling well? What will you eat? What will you eat? Oh, yeah, you're a woman. The only time that you get attention is maybe when you cry or when you are sad. Say, you see, let's watch television or let's do something. But yeah, let's go out. The day you are sad and they don't say let's go out. Okay, let me cry. Let me just cry a little. Then if you cry a little and they say, what has happened? Sorry, let's go out. You say, okay. The next time, where are you going to start from? Are you going to start from looking sad? No. You just, in fact, you just start crying immediately. Wait, let's just make it quick. So you see, that's what's going on there. You're acquiring new behaviors. That's how behaviors are acquired. They're conditioned. They're operantly conditioned. Operantly conditioned. See, it's happening every day. Every day. That's how it's going. It's happening every day. So we take a break now, and then when we come back, we look at the principles of the science and look at a few strategies. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh my goodness. Oh. Okay. All right. Go on, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Talking about behavior, is it advisable to take a child for therapy? Because there's a particular child in our facility,
Yes. Yeah, if you have any questions, just write it out, Do you understand? Yeah. Okay. Let's talk about the questions after. Yes. Just write it out. Write out your questions, and then we have questions. Once we come back and talk about the principles, then you can shoot your questions at me. Okay? But know that there are quite a lot of questions that may not be able to answer in context of the people that you're talking about, because I do not have your variables. I don't have your context. I can only advise on what you should do. Okay? On what you should do or what you can do, yes? And when I say on what you can do, the process of getting information, keeping data, you cannot escape from that. To get at the function of a behavior, if you're serious about it, you have to do the description. You have to do the observation. It's a science. If not, you can't go anywhere. You can't go anywhere. You can't just say, this is what is wrong. No, it's not. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, so we talked about, before we went on that very short break, we talked about the contingencies, that is the 3-term contingency. So there are 2 things that I really do need you to pay attention to. One are those things that I talked about when we spoke of the functions of behavior. That is very important. Very important. Why is it happening? Why? How do we get to the why it is happening? I need to be sure that we're aware of that. How do we try to determine why it is happening? What do we do where we want to begin to just have an idea of why that behavior is happening? What must we do? Yes, we must observe. You must observe and take right information about the situations, the different situations when it happens. Remember that slide that you took the picture of, what time of day, who does it happen with, all of that information. You must now observe. And now, you know, maybe like for a week or 2 weeks actually, just to be on the safe side, 2 weeks. Yes, I know you have a lot of children say, 2 weeks, okay. Okay. Yeah, but that's why it must be something that is easy for you to do. So you will just have a simple data like, did it happen today? Did it not happen today? How many times? Do you understand? Just something like that. Did it happen today? Did it not happen today? So there will just be a few situations where it happens. Just say, oh, it happened today. When this happened, yeah, it happened today. It's a lot of work, but it makes a whole lot of difference. Trust me. It makes a whole lot of difference, you know, to the child, because remember that child is doing the work to become an adult. And you as a parent, because you are sitting in parentis for the parent, and you as a parent, you know, you have to be doing the right thing to produce that right adult that you want to introduce into the society. Or else we have all failed, because whether you like it or not, it is the environment of which you are part of. You cannot put the blame entirely on the children. It is the environment that conditions, you see, we've seen it. That's what happens. The environment shapes behavior. It shapes behavior, you see. So you have to actively be aware of that when you are engaging with the children in your care. That is my environment. Is this environment that I've created as a person that is in control of the environment that is shaping their behaviors, and I need to look at what variables. So there's some things we do, we call them like antecedent measures. So I'm just going to go through them. So some antecedent measures that you can put in place is what I talked about, the visual, yeah, the visual timetable for those people that cannot read, because I'm sure you have children that can't read. You have children that, but they understand picture. You know, they understand picture. I don't know how easy that is for you to do, because a lot of these things I can say, but even something as simple as that may be difficult for you. I don't know, because to do visual schedule, you have to print, you have to download, you have to print. I don't know. You know, do you get what I mean? But a child has got to have a visual schedule, okay? And you put it in a place where the child has easy access to it, all right? You have to introduce maybe a timer or a bell, okay, to signal transition that this thing has ended or we're going to another thing, okay? Because all of this discriminative stimulus will shape behavior, all right? That this is what we're doing, we're going to another thing. Sometimes you assume a lot of things. You assume that, you know, children know what it is they're supposed to be doing and all of these things. You know, sometimes there's a language deficit. You are giving instructions the child does not understand. You know, so modeling what it is you want the child to do, you know, showing them, modeling what it is you want them to do, giving them choices, providing choices is also an antecedent measure, giving the child choices, okay? For instance, you have a child that is, and this is just like the example she was giving, a child that is playing football in the sitting room, okay? The child obviously enjoys playing football. Can we transfer and say, all right, this is where we play football, okay? Providing, so environmental engineering your environment so the child knows that this is where I'm supposed to do this is where I'm supposed to do this, and this is where I'm supposed to do this. And making sure that the children understand. So sometimes you just take the children through the house, through your orphanage, and say, okay, what is this room? Choral responding. This is the dining room. What do we do in the dining room? You go to another room. What is this? The toilet. What do we do in the toilet? Choral responding. It's not only poor, you must say all the things you do in the toilet. You go to another, and even in that toilet, do you see? There's the sink, there's the WC. You must make sure that they know the difference. What is this? Choral responding. What do you do here? Choral responding. You point to the other wall. What do you do here? When you finish doing, what do? You flush. Where do you put to flush? You show me. You'll be watching for the response. You'll be seeing the one that their mouth is not moving. You will see it. That one that their mouth is on, you say, okay, they are not understanding. They are not responding in choral. You will put it in your head. You will take them back to see. Oh yeah, show me the one that you show. Take me to where you go when you want to poo. To show that the child understands, the child will take you, or maybe go to another place. Do you understand? Then you now begin the process of teaching. Because whether you like it or not, that's a baseline. I don't know where to poo. I don't know that place that I used to go to poo is called toilets. I don't know. So when you tell me go to the toilet, I'll just be looking at you. Because I don't know. So it is not to demonize, to say, you don't even know toilets. Okay, he doesn't know now. Because he's hitting the child, you are frustrated, you are getting frustrated. But if you are teaching, you are happy. Because the child is learning something. Then you go to another place. What do we do in this place? We play, what is this? It's the field. What do we do in the field? We play football. What else do we do? You just name all the things. If there are different places in the field where you do different, say, what do we do here? Football. What do we do here? Handball. What do we do here? This. What do we do here? This. Clap for, you do that. Because that is, you take them through, yeah? You do that. You make sure you do, because what are you doing? These are antecedent measures. Because anytime you have a deficit, you know that anytime a child is behaving inappropriately, know that there's a skills deficit. The only way to make up for skills deficit is to do what? Is skill acquisition, is to teach. So teaching is an antecedent strategy. We teach. Now, what are the different ways that when we're teaching? We'll talk about that. But having said that, let me talk about the principles. Because I talked about principles from where our strategies come from, okay? We have three major principles. We have the principle of reinforcement, we have the principle of punishment, and we have what we call the principle of extinction. These are the three major principles that we have. Principle of reinforcement, principle of punishment, and principle of extinction. Now, some of you that are happy, punishment is here, so that's where they slap, okay. No. That's not what our punishment is equal to. Our punishment is not equal to conk on the head and slap. Extinction. Punishment is not slap and conk on the head. No, that's not what it is. Or go and kneel down and raise up your hand. That's not our definition of punishment. So let me start from the first one, that is reinforcement. For us, in this science, reinforcement is a consequence. Remember we talked about the 3-term contingency, ABC. So now we're looking at consequence events. Reinforcement, punishment, and extinction are consequent events. They are consequent events. They are events that happen after a behavior has occurred, that shape the future occurrence of a behavior. Remember that is how behavior comes under operant conditioning. A child does it, you do so, an action happens after the behavior. The next time, the child does the behavior or they do not do it, depending on what the consequence is. Yes? So reinforcement is the only principle in this science that strengthens behavior. So when you see a child doing something over and over and over and over again, you will say that there's something in that environment that is reinforcing that behavior. So you see that child that is making you shout all the time. There's something in that your environment that is reinforcing that behavior. That is the only principle that strengthens behavior. So whenever you see something happening with a child, it just keeps happening. know that there's something that is going on there that is giving the behavior superpower. That's the only thing that reinforcement does. Reinforcement increases the likelihood that under the same condition, a behavior will occur. Will keep happening. So don't just say, you are reinforcing the behavior. No. It is only reinforcement if when a child does something, I do high five. I give them high five. Then the next time they do that thing again, high five. They do it again, high five. I will say, my high five is a what? Because it is doing what? Because it is doing what? It is strengthening the behavior. It's strengthening the behavior of tidying up. If when a child tells them, wow, Taiwo, I love the way you are. Oh my goodness, look at you, superstar. Hey, look at you. Oh, come and give me a hug. I love the way you are tidying up. And the next time they try to say, Auntie, go and see me. I'm tidying up. Oh, I'm tidying up. I say, my superstar. I will say that my praise is what? It's strengthening the behavior. It's strengthening that is behavior of tidying up. Then I will say my praise is reinforcement. I cannot say that it's reinforcement the first time I do it. I don't know. I don't have that information. I don't know. If he continues to do it as a result of my consequence, that is why you must be aware of your consequences. So if you are practicing this science, you have to stick in the office of the science. What am I doing? This thing that I'm doing, what is the principle? Is it reinforcement? You have to be aware. That is why it is a science. Because when you are practicing it, you have to have a self-awareness. You cannot just be doing anyhow. Today, when he's doing it, you just ignore him. You must be consistent. Now, another thing again is that even when you talk, so that is a type of reinforcement. You are adding something, okay? You're adding something. So we say that is, I don't want to confuse you, but when you hear positive and negative, don't think of it in terms of good or bad. Think of it in terms of addition and subtraction. So positive reinforcement means you are adding something to the environment that is making the behavior continue. Taiwo tidies up. You add praise. Taiwo keeps tidying up because you are adding praise to the environment. Okay? Now, when your removal of something makes a child keep doing something, all right? Keeps them doing something. That is, Taiwo ties it up. I remove something. Maybe I remove a chore that he doesn't like to do. And so he keeps tidying up. Because he ties it, I say, don't worry, you don't have to wash the plates today. I remove plate washing. Taiwo keeps tidying up because I remove plate washing. Or this, do you get what I mean? Yes. Okay? Then you say that is reinforcement too, because Taiwo's tidying up behavior is increasing. But it's as a result of me taking out plate washing. So that is a subtraction. They say that is negative reinforcement. It's not bad. It is just the term that we use, because the first one you are adding, the second one you are taking away. Now pay attention to something about reinforcement, because it is something that we focus on squarely. This reinforcement matter. But we don't just do it anyhow. It's not anyhow. So the tip that I will give you is that when you are teaching a behavior, if it's a new behavior, like Taiwo doesn't like to tidy up, I've taken the time to teach him. That's another thing. Don't say, go and tidy up, for example. Teach a child what tidying up looks like. What does tidy up? Because tidy up for you is different from tidy up for, maybe tidy up for him is just take my clothes, stuff it inside the cupboard. I've tidied up. What's wrong with sister now? I tidied up now. But for sister, it's to fold your shirt nicely. So you must teach. You see, that is why we said that we focus on observable and measurable. The child must understand. It's like your KPI. These are the things that you must do. The boss cannot just say, make sure you are effective. What does effective look like? What does it look like? What does it look like? So you must make sure that you are being clear in what your expectations are from these children. Arrange your corner. What does arranging this corner look like? Show him, let him know. When I say arrange your corner, what do I mean? You mean I should put my shoe under the bed, I should make the bed, I should do this. They should be able to tell you. You must establish that. If not, tidy your corner will become a wall, because it will now be subjective. But so you, whatever you want, make it very objective and teach the process. That's another thing. Observe the child do the task and know where their difficulty is so that you can teach that difficult part. Observe, that's what we call task analysis. You task analyze the process of it. This child is having difficulty doing this. What are the steps? How do you know how to get the steps? You watch a child that is able to do it properly. You observe and you just write down the steps. A child the same age, do you understand? You don't want Taiwo, a 9-year-old, to tidy up and then you go and observe a 20-year-old boy tidying up. No, that's not fair for Taiwo. So you must also look at a 9-year-old that is proficient in tidying up and write out the steps. So another thing we do is that we task analyze. You write out the steps and you make sure that Taiwo knows all the steps. He knows all the steps. If there's any step missing, you take time to teach Taiwo that missing step until give them the opportunity to demonstrate. So you have a time today we are going to demonstrate how to, do you understand? You must have teaching sessions for different things. Today we are going to demonstrate how to tidy up our room. So when we want to tidy, these are the things we must do. You teach it. Any step that is missing, you take note of the children that are not able to do it. When you task analyze, you're putting behaviors in tiny, discrete steps. That's what you do. That's a strategy that helps the children to learn. So when the child has mastered this step, they go to the next step. Then they do the 2 together. Then they go to the next step. Then they do the 3 together. Then they go to the... Usually we do what we call back chaining. We start from the last step. Because the last step is the most reinforcing step. That's the step where I get my praise, okay? So that's the step that we teach last. So the child does it and they get their praise, and we go to the previous one, So basically, I don't want to confuse you too much. Make sure that what you are telling the children to do is clear to them. Clear and concise. Make sure that it's things that you can observe. That's why you say behavioral. It's not be neat. What does be neat look like? What does neatness look like? Make sure you are always tidy. What does tidy look like? What does neat look like? Okay? So these, make sure that whatever it is you require of them to do, you are clear. You are defining the behavior behaviorally, as you have learned today. Measurable, the action, the steps that I want them to do. Okay? And you are taking time to teach those steps. Okay? So those are the, teaching is an antecedent measure, yes? So we teach with you, it's going to be what we call the natural environmental teaching, okay? Of course, you may have like table time work, where you're just giving a lot of opportunities. So just look at teaching as the process of giving the child opportunity to do something that you have taught them to do. So for example, you want to teach Taiwo to tidy up his corner, you break down all the steps for him, and maybe he's having trouble with the step of arranging his shoe in a particular place, okay? So maybe what, arranging a shoe in a particular place. So maybe Taiwo can read, okay? So you make a flashcard shoe and you put it in that place where you want him to be putting his shoe. So it's like Taiwo is now pairing his shoe to that place. If Taiwo cannot read, you can get a picture of a shoe and put it there. Yes? And you teach him to put his shoes. He learns to put his shoe there. Okay, you teach him, you prompt him. All right? Then you go away, you take the shoe, you put it somewhere and say, Taiwo, go and keep your shoe. Do you understand? You give him opportunity to demonstrate. So that is also vital. Teaching and giving lots and lots of opportunities to demonstrate. Now, with this comes a lot of sabotage because you cannot do it only once. You must do sabotage now. So you can go and remove Taiwo's shoe again. And say, Taiwo, go and keep your shoe. Do you understand? Go and tidy up your shoes or whatever term it is that you want to use. Yes? To give the opportunities for Taiwo to do. Okay? So I was going into reinforcement, yes? Reinforcing. We've talked about positive because you are praising, taking something out. Just know and know that it is reinforcement is the only thing that teaches, that strengthens behavior. It's the only thing that strengthens behavior. And you want behaviors, socially significant behaviors, to be strengthened. So you want to stick very closely to that principle of reinforcement. Catching children when they are doing the right thing. Please, please, try and catch your children when they are doing the right thing. Stop ignoring right behavior and reinforcing bad behavior. Remember attention. Because when you are there reprimanding, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? You are giving attention to that bad behavior. And what will happen? That bad behavior will keep increasing. Because that's what you are attending to. You are paying attention to it. The child is receiving attention for it. And most of the behaviors you have in your environment is as a result of wanting attention. So ignoring bad behavior, taking away attention from bad behavior. Attention means you are not talking to the person. You are not giving eye contact. You are turning your face, your body, you are renting away. If it is a dangerous thing, you are just physically taking the child to do what you want them to do. You are not talking. Come out of there. You will not hear. Michael, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, what am I going to do? No, you are giving that. Michael is going to keep doing that thing. You are giving him attention. When you are talking to him, are you talking to the other people? You are not talking to the other people. So catch the children when they are doing the right thing, because when you catch them, when you reinforce good behavior, and what happens? And as the good behavior increases, deficit is natural, just reduces. That's why you must make your environment a positive behavior environment, meaning that it is highly laden with reinforcement. Everybody that is working there, hey, give me a high five. Good job working nicely. Bow. Good job doing this. Bow. Good job doing, good, wow, look at, did you just come out from yourself? Oh my goodness, look at you, superstar, yeah. You are doing that. When somebody is not doing the right thing, take away attention. Take your attention away. The person will walk their way back. Once they, wow, where did you go? Look at you, high five. Because as socially appropriate behaviors increase, we are teaching. The only way to decrease aberrant behavior is to increase skill. Is to build on increase skills. Teaching and reinforcing good behavior. So please check yourself. Stop reprimanding. And that is not to say that you will not tell children don't do, but don't do it so emotionally. Don't let it be so emotionally laden, because that is attention, It's attention. You're giving attention. Give attention to good behavior. Give your words and look at a child when they're being good. Okay? That is very important, because I'm going to talk about punishment in a few minutes, but I need you to know that the place you want to stay, what you want to stay with, is reinforcement, because that is the only principle that increases, strengthens behavior. It's only the principle of reinforcement that strengthens behavior. Punishment decreases behavior, but it doesn't teach anything. It just takes away, but takes away into what? Okay, so for us, punishment is anything you do that reduces the likelihood that a behavior will occur again. It's not conking a child, may not. If you conk a child, and that thing you conk them for, they do it all the time, then your conking is obviously reinforcing the behavior. It's information, it has given you information. You are shouting and it's not, Kudirat is not stopping what she's doing. It means that your shouting is reinforcing her behavior because of its function. Because if Kudirat's behavior is for attention, and every time she does it, you are giving her attention, you are reinforcing it. If it's for escape, and every time she's naughty, you say, go to the corner, okay, go away, you are reinforcing it. She will keep doing that. So that is why it is good to keep track of that, your ABC, okay, to know what is happening, all right? To know what is happening there. What have I been doing with this behavior? What have I been doing? Why is this child doing this? You know, why are they doing this? What have I been doing as consequence? You know, what's going on? Why? Because when you keep that data, it can give you some idea that, oh, this child keeps doing this when it is time to do this. Then you look at it and say, why is he trying to escape this task? Tell him to do this. Can he do it? Because if a child has difficulty, if a child has dyslexia and you keep telling them to come and read ABC, no, they cannot. They have dyslexia. They cannot read ABC. Or they cannot read. They can't. They can't read. That's specialized thing. In fact, that is out of your hand at this point. They need specialized intervention to overcome that. So, but you must be aware of that, you know, and do your best, you know, to pair ABC with good things. That's another thing. You must be pairing yourself. You must make yourself, your presence should be reinforcing for the children. Because if you pair yourself with reprimands and things that the children do not like, when they see you, believe it or not, just seeing you will evoke certain behaviors in them. You see it all the time. Grandma will come in and immediately a little child that was behaving will say, oh, we start crying. Why? Because grandma always reinforces crying. You know. So immediately the child sees grandma, the child will start to cry. Because grandma's presence, grandma reinforces crying. So you must pair yourself with, you know, you must pair yourself so that in your presence, the children want to do good. They want to please you. They want to, because you become the reinforcer. Because when you start off with teaching new skills, you may have to make, so what do we call, so in the process of reinforcement, you need to have reinforcers, okay? Now, the ultimate is for you to become the reinforcer or for social praise, good job, well done. But the truth of the matter is that there are some children that these things have no meaning for. So you need to find out what has meaning for that child. What will they work for? Is it an edible? Okay? Is it time to play football? Is it what will they work for? You cannot be the one to determine that. It is the child. But the only way to know that is to observe. Is to observe. You know, is to observe what it is that the child really enjoys doing. Yes? And to use that as a reinforcer. But as you use that as a reinforcer, you make sure that you are pairing it with yourself and social praise. Because the more you do that, yourself and your social praise will take on the characteristic of that biscuit that you keep giving or whatever it is you're giving as a reinforcer. Yes? Now, I said something. I said when you begin to teach a new skill, I wanted to say something. When you begin to teach a new skill is when you reinforce very densely. That's if I'm just teaching a child to do something. My reinforcement schedule will be very dense. Maybe from every correct thing that they do, I will give them their reinforcer. But after they gain some proficiency, I won't do it all the time. They won't know when I will do it. They won't know when I will do it. Okay? I will now change my schedule of reinforcement so that the child does not know. And because they don't know, they will just keep doing it because they don't know when I might reinforce. And that's the reinforcement that has been put into the betting system. The people that are betting, they don't know when they will win, so they will just keep betting. Because at some point they will win, then they will keep betting again. They don't know when it's going to happen. So you put in that schedule of reinforcement. You put it in. Because that strengthens behavior. The child doesn't know when it's going to, but you don't do that when you are teaching a skill newly. If it's a new skill, your reinforcement schedule must be dense because you want to strengthen, you want to build that behavior, yeah? You want the child to just keep doing, to keep practicing. That's what it is. Keep practicing. Keep doing it, yes? So like I said, punishment is anything that reduces the probability that a behavior will occur in the future. That's punishment. So if when a child comes in, they smile at me and I hug them, the next time they see me, they don't smile at me. My hug is now what? My hug is now what? Punishment. Because it has reduced the behavior of smiling at me. So it is not what something looks like, but what it does. So just as you observe what a child likes, you must also observe what they don't like. Okay, because sometimes when a behavior is dangerous, you will need a punishment procedure to stop it in its tracks. To just stop it in its tracks. But you don't dwell there. Please, I really do discourage that. You don't dwell there. You don't dwell in taking away, you will not go for break. You will not, no, don't dwell there. Don't dwell in that space. Don't dwell there. Dwell on teaching skills. Dwell on reinforcing the good things the child is doing. Increase, their skill set and watch the aberrant behaviors go down. Once you know what the child, just don't dwell on the, okay, they say I can punish you. Okay, punishment, no. Because it is aversive. When you dwell in the realm of punishment, you make yourself an aversive. You are pairing yourself, whether you like it or not, you are pairing yourself with that uncomfortable feeling. After a while, when the child sees you, the way they feel about that thing they don't like is exactly how they begin to feel about you. They cannot control it. That's nature. That's how people pick up behavior. That's how people pick up behavior. So don't pair yourself with unpleasant experiences. If a child is doing something wrong, try and block and redirect. We do that. You block, you redirect. And then you reinforce what you have redirected the child to do. Okay? But also know that you need to keep a track of something to know what the behavior is functioning for, to have an idea. Because the truth of the matter is that you have an idea. And like I said, a lot of behaviors are dealing with are from attention. Because you have children that have a deficit of attention. You have children that have a deficit of attention. So the lying, the this, So you need to begin to reinforce, give opportunities to tell the truth. Oh, what is this? What is this? Oh, pen, wow. I like the way you told the truth about the pen. Reinforce that. Oh, who is sitting over there? It's Ladele. Wow. I like the way you told the truth that is Ladele that is sitting there. Begin to reinforce telling the truth. Begin to reinforce telling the truth. Build that, and don't think that everything is going to happen overnight. It is a process. Know that there is a learning history for that bad behavior. Remember, the child has history with it. So you have to give your teaching time and the opportunities time. Okay, don't go into long and windy lectures. I see people do that. You know that, you know this, you know. Half of the thing you are saying, the child cannot connect to. They don't understand. And that is why knowing the function of a behavior is important. Why is this child doing this? But you need to observe, okay, why is the child doing this? And begin to just reinforce the behaviors that you want to see. Keep reinforcing those behaviors, okay? So I don't like to dwell enough or too much on punishment, because that is something that I even tell my technicians, don't carry out any punishment procedure. I'm the only one allowed to carry out a punishment procedure because I know what I'm looking for. When I'm carrying it out, I'm observing a lot of things, a lot of variables that I'm putting into that I'm seeing, that I'm observing, and I know what I'm doing. Okay, so just focus on the reinforcement. Focus on that. Focus on making your environment a positive behavior environment. Whenever you see a behavior that you don't, that just surfaces, don't give it too much attention. Things that you give attention tend to take on a life of their own. Don't give it too much attention. You know, you can block, redirect, you know, reinforce the behaviors that you want to see, give opportunities for those behaviors to happen. Now, the third principle is that of extinction. Now, extinction is simply that the person will behave, but the reinforcement that that behavior usually contacts is we no longer contact it. That is, for example, just like that thing that the example that I gave of the person going to the cashier. How much is, what of this? And the woman just ignores, does not even look at the person. Yes, in the past, they have been reinforced. The cashier will look at them, okay? The cashier will look at them. But in this situation, the cashier is not looking at them. The cashier is not even paying any attention to them. So what are they forced to do? They're forced to go and queue up. So you say that that behavior of doing what? Of keeping the queue has been doing, it has been put on extinction. The only behavior that is going to be reinforced in that environment that will access the attention of that cashier is to go and queue up. So please pay attention. When you say, I'm going to stop reinforcing this behavior now, as you may decide to do as you go, make sure that you are teaching an alternative behavior to assess the reinforcement that the person wants. So, Laide will assess your attention by maybe throwing a tantrum or rolling on the ground. You will not give her attention. But you need to teach Laide how to assess your attention in a proper way. What do you want her to do to get your attention? Is it to say, hello, Miss Moni? You must teach her. Like they say, hello, Miss Moni, hello, wow, yeah. You play with her, you play with her. Then you give her the opportunity again. Say, hello, Miss Moni, you play with her, you play with her. By the time you teach that a few times, when she needs your attention, what is she going to say to you? Because it's much easier for her to say, hello, Miss Moni, instead of rolling on the ground and crying. But you must make sure that that behavior you're telling her, you're teaching her is easy. It's not more difficult than what she was doing. It's not more difficult than the one she was engaging in. It's easier. So extinction is limpy, but when you're doing an extinction process, there's so many other things that happen, you know. Like I was giving the example of the woman that will be crying, isn't it? Abi? That's when her husband doesn't give attention for sad face, she will cry. Give attention for little cry, what will she do? She will cry higher. So things like that happen during an extinction procedure. The child may begin to up the ante on the bad behavior, but be aware that that is what is happening. Don't think, oh, she's trying to frustrate me. It's just a process of human behavior. All you need to do is come in and say, do this one. Make it easy. Give me a high five and you get my attention. High five, wow, yay. You give attention. But you don't give attention to that other behavior, yes? So you're doing you're doing that, you must make sure. So bottom line is that you must be teaching new skills. It must constantly be a teaching opportunity. You must constantly be reinforcing skills, deficits. Teachers use that a lot in the classroom. Token economy, you set it up in your environment. Today, all the people that get 10 stars, all the people that get 10 ticks are going to have, you decide what they will have. But you also need to name the behavior that they have to do to assess the 10, to get a tick. So everybody that will sit nicely at the table, haven't taught them sitting nicely at the table, okay, what it looks like, the person will get a tick or whatever behavior it is. So at the end of the day, you just go to the token board and you say, oh, Laide got 10 ticks, this person got 10 ticks, and they get whatever the 10 ticks is equal to. Whatever, maybe it's time to go and play football in the field or to sit in the chair and read a book. So you can set up a token economy system and the children themselves can see it. They can see how they're doing throughout the course of the day. it can be very complex, you know. I don't know what kind of systems you have or what you have available to you, but it can be so complex that people are earning, you know, maybe full money, and at the end of the week, you set up a shopping thing, and everybody can come and buy things with the fake money that they have, you know, from the contributions that people bring in. Do you get what I mean? Because of the tokens that they have earned. But for a token economic system, you have to be clear. The child has got to be clear on the behaviors that will earn them the token. And they have to see the token. They have to see the token. With children with intellectual disability, you will have to probably teach the relationship between the token and what they are going to get, okay? So you give them a token, they give it back to you, you give them what that token means. You have to teach the meaning of the token. You have to teach the meaning of the token. But for typically functioning children, they get it. But you have to make sure the behavior is clear. What they need to do to assess the token is very clear. Okay? That it is very, very clear. Yes? You state it out. And once the child, don't be shifting the goalposts. Don't of the token economy. Don't say, it has become very easy. No, don't do that. Stick to the rule. If you say five ticks for, you know, for going out to play football, let it be 5. Don't say, he ended the 5 ticks very quickly, so let me make it 10. No, don't do that. Because it is a behavior contract. It's a contract. It's a contract. You enter into it with the child and you stick with it. All right? You stick with it. You can make it more complex as you go along. Okay? You can make it more complex from 5 to 10 to 15. You know, you make it more complex as you go along. But that's another way to manage behavior in your environment, setting up a token economy. Because you can do that. You just write the names of all the children and then you set her. So, because sometimes it's difficult to just hand out reinforcers, especially when they're physical reinforcers like that. But if you set up a token economy system, it makes it easy for you to do. Yes? Okay? All right, so I will keep quiet now and just, if you have any questions. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. My question is, well, thank God this topic comes up today, because I've been trying to classify this particular child's behavior. The child may just pick the school shoes. Maybe when everybody is not there, and we just go and hide it somewhere. And in the morning, she may be the first person to wake up to get dressed. Where is your shoe? I don't know where it is. I don't know. You searched everywhere. This keeps happening. So I get to a time and I said, okay, when the time comes, I tell others, please leave her alone. Don't help her to search for it, because she tried to destabilize everybody, that they'll be, where is her shoe? School bus will soon come, all this and all that. She will say, so I now did it in a day. She did that, 2 shoes, one leg. She picked one leg and kept it somewhere. So when I just heard the school buses around, I said, okay, no problem. Carry your socks. With the socks, and I carry canvas. Others say, school will talk. I said, I'll call the proprietors. So she went with the canvas. When she came back, go and bring your shoe. Did anybody did anything to you? She said, no. Then why did you hide your own personal thing? Why? Please tell me. At the end of the day, you know, we all love you. We all do this. We all do that. After talking, she went in. She climbed where I didn't even expect, and brought out the shoe. What type of behavior? And she still did it after that. That one, after she left for school, I just said, God, just direct me. At the back of the wardrobe, I climbed, I just peeped, I saw it there. No problem, I left it. When she came back, go and bring your shoe. I know where you kept it, so we don't need to talk. She was now struggling to bring it out. So let her bring. She did this purposely. Please, ma, Where can I classify that behavior? Because nobody offended her. Because I asked her, did anybody talk to you? She said no. You don't want to go to school? I want to go. Okay, what happened? Thank you, ma.
So next, someone else. Who else has a question to ask? Who else wants to ask a question? Okay. Okay. Oh, okay, okay.
There's a particular child in our facility. We just discovered that for no reason, if you ask him to do something, he will just be blank. And at times, when it's time to study, he may go and hide his school bag. When it's time to revise for exam, particular one he did, he tore his, books. So we're concerned. Some said it's spiritual. I said no. So we took him to federal neuro. And when we got there, they did assessments. The doctor said that he should go for behavioral therapy and occupational therapy. And some drugs were also, yes. So this is a child that has repeated class. This is in third term. Third time, rather. So we started with the drugs. We were giving the medication, let me not use the word drug. So I can see some changes. But in terms of behavior, it's still not there. So what do you advise her?
Okay.
This is somebody who can just climb. Can climb the door, the poser, you just climb. I say, calm down. They say, at times I say, okay, come and sit by my side. I will engage him with puzzles. At least I try to see what he can do. At times I say, okay, be my PO. I will engage him with something. But we still do those things.
All right, thank you. So let me just take the two questions. So I don't have a lot of context, okay? So what I will say is, you may perhaps pay the school a visit and see how she's doing at school. How is she doing in school? And when I say how she's doing, I don't mean academically. I mean, because there's a lot of things going on in school. The school is a rule-governed environment. There are other children in the school that have mommy and daddy that are coming to pick. There's so many things going on. So you must go into that school and find out what is happening. How is she getting on academically? Socially, does she have friends? Does she mix with other children? You want to make sure that there are no aversives in school that is making her hide her shoes. You want to also not give too much attention. Don't make a big deal out of the fact that she's hiding her shoes, yes? So that we're not doing that. That's the only time everybody's paying attention to me. The whole place, everyone is looking for my shoes. So yes, you sometimes, if you don't find your shoes, it's no big deal. You go to shoes with your socks or even your barefoot. But you need to make sure that there are no aversives happening in school. And the times that the days that she doesn't hide her shoes, make a big deal out of it. Wow, look at you, you have your shoes. I'm so proud of you. Okay, but first you need to know what is going on in school. Why is she hiding her school shoes? We're hiding our books, we're tearing our books. A child like that possibly needs a psychoeducational assessment to know what is happening. I don't know what assessment was done at the neuro at Oshodi. I don't know why the doctor prescribed drugs, so there should be an evaluation for diagnosis. You should know what the diagnosis is, because you don't know what the diagnosis is. There should be an evaluation for diagnosis. You know what it is, an intellectual disability, is the ADHD, what is it? And for a child like that, you should also try and help them by putting what we call, like I was explaining, discriminative stimulus in the environment, okay? Engage him. How engaged is he? What does he like to do? How engaged is he? Does he have some kind of structure? Does he know that after this I do this, after that I do this? Do you have things in the environment that are coding in, shaping his behavior? So you can't climb that. How do I know that I cannot climb that? What can I climb? What can I climb? Is there a tree? Is there something safe that I can climb? Because I like to climb. But what can I climb in your environment? It's not always don't climb this, don't. What can I climb? Okay? So something to climb, come down, make the climbing significant. Am I climbing to hang things? Am I climbing to put things away? You know, because he's a young boy. If he needs to expand energy, he needs to expand energy. Go outside, do some, organize some physical activity. That child may have severe intellectual disability. He's not able to learn. But what is he good at, though? Carpentry, introduce him to other things. Painting, whatever, food making, introduce him to other things. Don't limit him to just academics. What if he's neuro? That's not how he's wired. And give him some confidence in himself. Yes? Yes, so there's a lot going on there. Because why the medication? Why, why? There's a lot of whys. So they need to let you know what is his diagnosis. Why is he on medication? How old is he? Why is a 9-year-old on medication?
Thank you, Ma. Please, can I add to? I want to give instances. We've had cases like that. Starting from myself. When I was in primary 3, I didn't like my teacher. So going to school was a struggle. Then I think my mom figured out, then we changed school. I picked up, I started doing well. Then my immediate elder brother, at a point, he used to tear his uniform. He would tear his school bag. Then you will see him do it, like we the kids will see him do it. Then my mom got to the school. Long story short, he wasn't doing well at school. So he repeated class, he joined me in the same class. So I started assisting him. And I've also had a case of a child, that one too used to tear his uniform. So you need to find out, does the child like the school? Is somebody bullying the child? Check the teacher. Maybe the child is not doing well at school. Maybe the child is not even picking whatever it is they are teaching at school. Then she mentioned something and reminded me of my own 8-year-old daughter. She tore her shoe, she took blade and destroyed her shoe on one side and came and said, "Mommy, my shoe is bad." I knew the shoe wasn't bad as at yesterday. So I called her, I said, "What's the matter?" I said, "I want a new pair of shoes." So children communicate in different ways. So you have to listen and watch. It could also be that that child wants to do something else aside from the school setting. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question? Okay, all right. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah.
There's this boy, it's about 3 to 4 years. This boy, whenever you ask him questions, it's not like he doesn't know the answers to those questions. But when you ask him, he will just keep mute. There are times that he would answer you if it's just only you that is there. But you have someone else, maybe you were praising him initially, that this boy did this very well, and there's somebody else with him, and you're saying, okay, say this, beside this, for this person, he will keep quiet, he won't say anything. Not like he doesn't know that stuff, but he will keep quiet. Okay, there are other things that they will ask him that, okay, he wants something, he wants to say something, but he won't say it, he will just keep quiet. He wants to open his biscuits, he doesn't know how to open it, he will keep quiet, he won't say anything. He will just be crying, and be crying for no reason, he will be getting angry, but he wants to open the biscuits. Instead of him to say, "Help me," he won't say it. It's not like he doesn't know how to say "help me." He talks very well, but he won't just say it, he will just keep quiet. He would rather get angry and be crying for no reason.
Okay, so we learned today determinism. There is never a no reason. There's always a reason, you don't just know it. But what you do see is that a child needs help and they're not able to say. So you need to give him a simple way to communicate that and not dwell on him saying the words, okay? Maybe help, simplify it, okay? Maybe just say help, all right? Or maybe just tap you, okay? But then you need to now begin to create opportunities for him to use words and for him to be reinforced for using words constantly. that child, a girl, whether the child is a boy or a girl, you need to, but the crying when he wants something should be simplified, okay? Don't expect a string of words. Maybe just a single word, help, okay? Open, okay? But then, you have to have teaching sessions with a child like that, where you tell them to repeat things, say this, say that, sessions of taking them around and naming things around, just talking and reinforcing that talking. Good job, wow, I like the way you said that, and not just yourself, different people. Yes, different people do that with him. Yeah, different people do that with him. Don't expect him to say strings of things. No, not immediately. If he says a single word, accept it, reinforce it. Yes? Mm-hmm. Does he read? Does he read? Does he write? He does write. Okay. He does write. We need to. So you need to pair. You just need to think of ways to make talking and reading more reinforcing for the child. Yes, and don't pay attention. Take attention away from what he's not doing to what he's doing. Take attention away from what he's not doing to what he's doing. But in the terms of crying, instead of saying open, that's it. You just say open. When you say open, the biscuit opens. And you kind of see some things through. You see it through. Don't stop. Don't eventually open, because you may be you may be setting up extinction procedures, and then you are stopping it, and then the next time you start at a higher baseline. So you must always see things through. Let things be in the environment that he wants, that he needs, but he cannot assess them. He needs to see before he gets. Just set that contingency in place. If you want something, you have to say it, then you get it. If you want something, you have to say it, then you get it. If you want something, you have to say it before you get it. You can't just assess things. Yes? That's it. Even in the classroom, you want something, you have to say it, then you get it. Yes? Pairing things with words. Have flashcards. You're pairing because he can write. Write fan, he writes fan. Go and pair it with fan. What is this? Fan. And then just have sessions of naming things for him. Okay? Naming things for him and having him repeat. Sessions of talking. Yes? And reinforcing what it is that he's saying. But definitely, if he wants something, he's got to say it. If he doesn't say it, he can't get it. And you have to follow that through. You have to follow that through. And then reinforce the talking. Stop. Don't give in to the crying and giving. You don't want to open your biscuits. Okay, fine. So, okay.
Okay, please, I want to know, because I understand, yeah, it's might be a little bit difficult dealing with certain children. Coming from someone who has autism, autism spectrum disorder. So there are certain behavior that I might exhibit, and you've observed it, and you keep trying different ways to try to like curtail it, and it just doesn't seem to be working, probably because of his disorder. So I want to know if there are any extra measures that can be taken, any special specialists that can be, called upon to assist. Because if you mention spitting as an example of certain behavior that could be occurring, and this person is one of such.
Spitting.
Spits at interval without even, he doesn't even mind if there's someone around. He just goes and spits, uncontrollably, and he cries. He cries. Sometimes the cry will have understood that, okay, for the crying part, he just wants something. But you can't always have, everything he wants, because if they've had their lunch or dinner or breakfast, never satisfied, you always want extra. And if he does not get it, he just keeps crying and crying and crying until probably you just give him a biscuit or sweet, and then he just calms down until later. So I just want to know if there are any other extra measures that can be taken for those kind of special children.
Okay, so from what you just said, the last bit of what you said, know that when a behavior is happening, there is something reinforcing it. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't matter that he has autism, whatever. you are reinforcing the crying. That's why it keeps happening. You are reinforcing it. So you need to set a contingency and stick by that contingency. This is how you assess this thing. If you want something, can he talk? Is he vocal verbal? He's not. So if a child is not vocal verbal, then you need to think of how does he communicate? Does he have a communication board? Does he have a way of telling you this is what I want? And that could be so simple of taking pictures of all the things that are his preferred items and putting them on a cardboard paper. So he's pointing, and then you are teaching him, what do you want? Anything he points to, you let him have it, because you want to build that connection between I point, I get something. You want him to have a way to communicate, because if he doesn't have a way to communicate, yes, that's why you're probably having a lot of the aggression, because when I do, that's when I get attention. When I do, that's when I get this. When I do, that's when I get this. And I guess you guys give him because he doesn't have certain skill sets, especially words. He's not vocal verbal, okay? But what you need to begin to do, and I don't know whether you are trained or skilled to deal with a child like that, okay? Because a child like that probably needs to be on an ABA program. He needs a trained behavior technician to work with him directly. If he's got a diagnosis, that is completely out of your hand to deal with. He needs a behavior technician to come in, you know, and carry out programs that has been designed by a behavior analyst. This is it. Because there would probably be lots of prerequisite skills that child does not have to do a lot of the things you are expecting of him to do. A lot of prerequisite skills. So it's not just what can you, a gamut of things. So there's got to be an assessment of where he is. If he has an evaluation, what's his baseline? What can he do? What can he not do? These are the deficits. Why does he have this? So really it's out of your hands. I don't think that is something that you should be taking care of. Because what you're simply doing is putting a lead on it. You're not doing anything else. And that is why you're giving in. You give the sweet because you just need to put a lead on it. But he needs more than you are able to give. He needs more than you're able to give. So I don't know if there's a system of flagging it off, you know, what. I don't know how it goes.
So there's this boy here, 9-year-old boy. When he came in, he was 4 years old. Then we noticed something about him. When others are watching cartoons or video, he will rather face the wall and start talking to the wall. He won't join them. One day, I
who is saying yes, Dini? Doctor diagnosis. With the wall. Okay.
So what I do is on Saturdays when they are doing home lesson, I'll gather 3 to 4 years old children. Oh yeah, teach them.
Okay.
So fine.
Okay.
But the thing people don't know what to do.
Okay, so you've got to give him opportunities like you do. Well done, too. He likes to talk, he likes to lecture. You've got to give him the opportunity to do it in a socially significant way. And you have to do it actively during the course of the day. It doesn't have to be the 4-year-olds that is teaching. When he comes, come and tell me what you learned in school today. Come and teach me. It is now time to teach me. Give him opportunities to exercise that. Do you understand? Tell him when it is socially significant to do it and when it is not. Okay, now it's TV time. What time is it now? It's TV time. During TV time, what do? We watch TV. Now you also need to know, is he interested in TV time though? Is he interested in TV time? Would he be more occupied with writing? Maybe writing a recount of what he learned at school that day instead of saying it. Today at school I did this, I did that. Or doing more work from school. Maybe you give him work to do that is related to what he's learned in school. He may not be interested in TV. So he's doing something else that is of interest to him. Yes. Okay, so let me type this thing so that I will not be here all day today. Give me my phone. Oh, gosh, thank you. Okay, it's 3 o'clock. Let's do this for another 20. or maybe like 15, and then I'll have to go. Okay, please, go on. Thank you.
Good afternoon once more.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. I've learned so much and I'm still learning.
I'm glad.
Thank you for all the things you've been saying so far. Somebody raised the question about the waiting and you started addressing.
Okay.
Yeah. 12, 11, and 9.
That's a bedwetting.
Yeah, I see bedwetting.
Okay, so like I said to her, I said, first you need to cancel out medical conditions that's making the child bedwet. Haven't done that, you now need to, for children that are bedwet, because bedwetting is a function of having a lot of fluid in your system to evacuate at night. So you need to have a structure of, this is the amount of fluid that you take during the day. This is when you stop taking the fluid at a particular time of the day. And you need to reinforce dry periods. The time, so you need to give maybe like a card, okay? Put it under your pillow. If you wake up in the morning and you've not bedwetted, you can tell me what you want to have for breakfast. You can tell me what you want me to give you in the morning. You can earn something for not bedwetting. But at the same time, you must have a structure where you don't set the child up for failure, though. You make sure that you structured how much fluid that they have and when they stop taking fluids. Yes? But make sure that you eliminate medical conditions for things like that. Okay? Eliminate medical conditions, set up a contingency where you say, okay, you reinforce dry periods, okay? You reinforce dry periods. The days that they don't bedwet, you really, really reinforce it. Or you give them the card, you wake up, you check, no bedwetting, you come, you know, someone should also, you have to set up a structure, you know, how can they get up to wee in the night as well, you know, before morning. But just set up a time. So you have to look at certain things. When do they take their last fluid? How much fluid is this child consuming in the course of, because there are children that have excessive access to water and they just keep going to drink the water, going to drink the water, going to drink the water. So you need to monitor that. How much water, how much fluid should they really be taking? How much are they taking, you know, etc., etc. Yes? If I check this, how much fluid, does she bedwet? If she takes this amount of fluid, does she bedwet? And then give that reinforcement for, you know, this card. If you give it to me in the morning and you have a dry night, you get something, you decide what you come up with. I don't know what your situation is, but you come up with something really exciting that they're able to look forward to. Yes? Yeah, sometimes. That's why I said you must also eliminate medical condition, because if it's something that is beyond my control, that I'm not able to control because of some medical condition, then you have to look at that and really look at the fluid, because whatever the medical condition is, if I don't have fluid, I cannot bedwet. If I don't have a certain amount of fluid, I cannot. No, it's not like you deny a child water, but you take it to a particular time, and then, you know, you make sure that you do the evacuation, go to toilet, go and pee before it's bedtime. Yes? Okay.
Thank you for this opportunity. There's something very important that's happening where I work.
Okay.
There is an adult who has this compulsion to lie, even if she doesn't want to. And she's a child handling adult, and it's actually affecting the children. Sometimes we know she's telling lies, but she just go ahead and beautify it. And she's now helping the children construct lies that you can't even imagine you can create in their heads. So at this point, you can't even tackle the problem with the child because the root cause is still there. At this point, I don't know what we could do to address it.
But is it in your hands to do, though? Because what I would say is that, okay, so you have an adult that has an overly active imagination, and that's their outlet for it. Perhaps that's their outlet for it. Now, I don't have a lot of variables. I don't. I'm just going by what you're saying. So maybe an adult that has an overactive imagination. Is she literate? Does she read? Does she write? She's semi-literate. Can she talk? Everybody has phones, okay? So you can introduce her to drama. Is she interested? Can she begin to construct plays, tell stories? Yeah, you see, because when you look at things, you have to give an outlet. Yes. If somebody has an overly, you have to look for a functional, a way, you have to look for a socially acceptable way. Because if she has an overly, and she doesn't know what else to do with it, and she feels like just concocting up stories. Now, remember, I don't have context. Because if you tell me that a child is always constructing stories about things, I saw that thing, it was flying, and then it landed, and then I would say, okay, that's a child with an overly, has good imagination, and you should give it all these people that are writing Harry Potter, I mean, that's somebody that has, it's imagination now. Person now writes it down, and it's a blockbuster. So you must give the person the opportunity to express. They don't know how to use that gift. Okay, that you shouldn't use it because this is what, but you can do this with it. You can write drama for us. The children can act your play. You can, you must look at that. Now remember, I don't have context. I don't know why she's doing that. I'm just jumping in and saying, if it's as a result of an overactive imagination, you have to look for a replacement behavior that gives her the opportunity to access the reinforcer that her lies are giving her. You cannot just say, stop the lie, stop the lie. No, I must assess my reinforcement. I must assess it. I must assess it. So if you put this behavior on extinction, what are you giving me to assess that reinforcement that is socially acceptable? You must give it to me. You have to. You have to give it to me, or else I'm going to look for another way to get it, because I will get it. I'm a human being, I will get it. And I live in a social environment, so I will get it. Okay? All right? Okay, so those are the things you have to be thinking of. A child is climbing. Don't say, don't climb, don't climb. So what can they climb do? How can climbing become constructive? Because people climb Kilimanjaro mountain and they get into world records. Okay? They get into world records. So do they have a day where they go out and they go to climb things in the playground? Don't play football in the sitting room. Where can I play football though? Stop running inside. Where can I run though? Can you put tracks outside for me and say, okay, let's run. Let me see if you can run from there to there in 2 seconds. And I become a Usain Bolt. But you can't say don't run. Don't focus on the don't. How can I assess my reinforcement though? Okay? All right. Thank you, people.